Let's go.
Then if I don't know.
What's up, nerds? And welcome to tonight's session of Starships and Sarlaccs.
Yay!
Woo!
Yeah! Do we have that camera on the streaming?
Yeah, camera's here.
Okay, great.
So this is where they'll be seeing you. I am Austin, the Game Master for the session, here with Mercedes,
Hello.
Morgan,
What's up?
Paul,
That's me!
Brent,
Hello.
Alex,
Hello.
Spencer, Shayla, and Lindsay.
Hi.
Alright, so we are going to begin here shortly. First off, once again, thank you to everyone who's followed us and got us to 50, currently 56 followers.
Woo! Woo! Very nice.
Also, thank you for everyone who joined into our session last night for Henry Stickmin Collection, and for Jackbox. I also discovered, too late, that there is a thing you can do where it's a Twitch extension for Jackbox where they can do it from Twitch. So next time we do that, I'm going to do that.
That's a good idea. That's good to
I
know.
discovered that too late because I didn't do good enough research apparently. But thank you for everybody who's joining us. If you haven't followed us, please consider following us. We like to put out a lot of really nerdy content. Lord of the Rings, Star Wars, Marvel. These are kind of our favorite things. We do roguelikes. We love all sorts of things. Yes, Eraser. Upgrades, people.
Upgrades, people.
That's what it's a lot of tonight's session is going to be a lot about.
Pretty much.
Bless you.
I don't know if you heard that on the stream, but
Yeah, that was
person yelled,
downstairs.
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. Also, as you can see to my right, we have up Alex's artwork of all our characters and our Starships and Sarlaccs logo.
Ooh, it's amazing.
That we will be displaying for not copyright infringement purposes. So, I don't think we have anything really to... Oh yes, it's Paul's birthday.
Woo! And he loves the attention.
Yes.
He is exactly this year's old. This is his social security number, and
Yeah. And his mom's maiden name is... Alright, let me make sure...
Yeah,
all the
that's
audio's
why
on.
we had a delayed
So we
start.
have to especially protect Coda because it's Paul's birthday.
Actually.
Coda... Paul offended the Game Master, so Coda will pay the price.
I have no regrets.
Also,
It
I
was
just
worth it.
I apologize for the fact that our camera microphone was recording, so if there was an echo there, I muted it, so it should be gone now.
Oh, sweet.
I'm just making sure all the audio is good. I think we're good. So, I don't think there's much else to talk about.
no announcements.
Baba Yaga.
Nani?
So, I guess we'll jump into tonight's session of Starships and Sarlaccs.
Cue the theme music that has not been written yet.
I forgot my recorder tonight, people.
You said you were gonna
I know
bring
it was on my kitchen table. I forgot it.
Dang it, Alex!
Alright, so, where we last left the crew of the Stargazer, they had just acquired in a lockbox the device manufactured by the exchange boss Raymond Black in contract with a man named Zermalin to control a new strain of rat ghouls that they are creating. They then learned, through the help of their newly acquired Sith Lord ally, Lord Gratis, that Raymond Black is going to be attending the birthday party of Barrga the Hutt in now 27 days' time. And
being a loose term there.
I don't know, he seems pretty helpful.
He's been fine.
They're going to go to this party. Each of them, some of them reached out to different contacts and allies and former employers to see if they could help them get into the party. And you now have enough, but you also were requested the aid of, or your aid was requested by your new Black Sun boss friend, Delic Maze, who asked you to help him take back a train station on his level to help fight back the Justicars, a sort of pseudo-militia force that has taken over certain sections of Coruscant. You were able to do it actually relatively quickly, in about 12 seconds. The captain suicided himself with a grenade because he was at like 3 hit points and surrounded by 4 people prone on the ground. And you were able to take back the station, and were paid 100,000 credits each by Delic Maze for the recovery of the station and the thing behind the east wall, whatever that was. And now you make your way back to You make your way back through the streets of the lower sections of Coruscant. The Black Sun gang is celebrating their victory, riding their speeder bikes through the street, raucous, loud cheering and music playing. And you make your way back to the Stargazer, and it's still like only early afternoon at this point.
Where's my cat?
Koshka is still in the ship,
Chilling.
just chilling. Probably sitting on your station chair. Actually, your station chair in the main.
Aw, you're keeping my seat warm for me. I'm just gonna scoop her up and just start petting her.
Yeah, she starts purring.
Yes, Snuggles.
Snuggles.
I love my pet.
Saint Azalo also had previously left. She had some business to take care of and told you she might be able to assist you on Nar Shaddaa, but it wasn't certain yet. So you have 27 days' time. You've completed your recent objective. What do you all wish to do now?
How many days until the party?
27 days.
27 days.
Probably take some time to clean up after this 12-second battle.
Yeah.
Remove the scorch marks.
Good idea.
Those that have them. I was untouched that entire battle.
You were.
Actually, yeah,
That's
I
true.
didn't. Or no,
You did take
I
some-
lied.
you
I
did
did
some
I
damage.
did take some damage. You're right.
No.
Shall we go shopping?
You want to do that today?
Yes.
All right.
Be aware it will take 6 hours to get to the station, and shops will be closed at that point. Because this is about midway through the day, and it's about 6 hours. So by that
Then
point,
maybe
shops will
we
be closing.
Maybe tomorrow.
I mean, we have
If
20.
we head station now, we can rest there because we don't really have a place to stay here, and we can go from there.
So
We can do that. And go the other way.
So that is that your verdict? You guys are gonna go back to Carrick Station, the Republic fleet.
Might as well.
All right. So you take off from your landing pad near the Crazed Crate Cantina. As you see the festivities begin in the streets, there's a lot of gunfire just being blasted up into the air. Lots of alcohol flowing. You take Stargazer and
Alcohol flowing.
you head off into the skyways for a little bit before you're given clearance to head into orbit. You clear the planets, you clear the gravity well, and eventually jump off into hyperspace. You are now 6 hours away from Carrick Station. Are there any interactions y'all would like to have on the way to the station?
Yes.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay, okay, that's fine.
No, specifically, DP is wanting to approach Lord Gratis.
Okay.
Yeah, boy.
Yes. So.
You find him in the cargo hold, not bothering anybody.
Fantastic.
There's something I want to do on the station.
I got
sent
you.
a message.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. Gratis, may I bother you for a second?
I borrow you.
May I borrow you?
May I borrow your fleshy form?
It's just 5 Nights at Freddy's? What the hell is
To be beyond.
Oh my gosh.
this? Yes, of course.
Is there?
You are free to not answer, as this might not be strictly relevant to our mission and your goals. But I would ask that you hear me out and decide.
By all means.
Are you... Allow me to rephrase. I recently became aware that I was once property of Colonel Thawman.
Ah, yes, Colonel Thurman. He looks at you kind of like with this hint of recognition. Ah, yes, that makes a lot of sense. Yes. I remember I was still an apprentice at the time. You must have been one of his experiments on Balmora in the Okaran droid factory.
That would be news to me, although I know that my memories begin on Balmora.
Yes. Well, this is public knowledge, so I don't feel particularly as if I'm violating any non-disclosure agreements here. Colonel Tharman was the one who devised the plan to destabilize Balmora from within before the invasion. It began by implementing subroutines in the Okaran droid factory, one of the largest droid factories in the galaxy, and one of the primary suppliers of battle droids to the Republic forces, to turn against their masters. He also was developing a specific and special kind of assassin droid. It apparently went missing. That was the report, anyway. But from what I see of you and your unique design, and from your loss of memories, it seems as though you were that droid.
You are saying that a droid went missing, and I am that droid.
Well,
The possibility exists.
this is very likely, yes. You seem to have the basic structure and build of an assassin droid. Your speed and your ability to strike with a blade indicate that. Very impressive, I might add.
Thank you. A follow-up question.
Of course.
Do you believe that the possibility exists Colonel Thalman might retain an iota of control over my protocols?
That is difficult to say, as... Well, you are here, and given from the faded insignia on your companion's garb, I assume you were taken by the Republic. I'm not an expert in droids, but if you do not feel as though you have any sort of loyalty or connection to him, you do not have a restraining bolt, I would assume you are free to choose as you wish. If you've been this long without that programming. However, it's difficult to say. I'm not an expert.
Well, if such control were to remain, I would be putting everyone around me at risk. If we were to ever run into Colonel Thalman, say, at this party that is neutral ground, I could become a force for destruction against those that I care about.
I see. Well, if that is something you are truly concerned about, there perhaps are steps you could take to ensure that does not happen. Again, I am no astrotechnologist, but if your memory was erased, it's possible that the programming that was bound you to loyalty to the Empire would have been erased as well. Colonel Tharman and his team, I would say, are quite experts at programming. It would take another equally formidable team to undo such programming. And the fact that you are standing here with no seeming loyalty and the ability to care of your companions indicates that perhaps you're safe.
DB will, stop for a second, contemplating. Well, I certainly hope that is the case. Thank you for addressing my concerns.
Of course. I intend to be as useful as possible.
And for Austin, what was the name of that factory?
The Okaran Droid Factory.
Spelled how?
Okaran.
Okaran Droid Factory. Okay. DP will walk away.
Okay.
And I'll walk away.
Any other interactions y'all wish to have on the ship at this time?
Just thinking I had one, but I don't remember
Nothing?
now.
Yes.
Just a quick one.
Yeah. Go ahead.
At some point, Asdepeus is just gonna kind of, not long, just kind of peek in at Rovri, just from previous conversations I've
Okay.
had, just to kind of
Okay. Ravri, where are you at?
Oh.
He's probably pacing in the lounge area.
Okay. Are you trying to be sneaky?
No, I'm just gonna kind of
Okay.
poke my head in. I'm not intending to like stay long. Just kind of like poke my head in there.
He seems deep in thought.
Okay.
And when he kind of starts coming in, he'll be like, kind of like, he doesn't want to like scare the crap out of her, but
It's like take big steps from down the hall.
yeah. I just keep like turning my lightsaber on and off, like just like trying, just like something to make noise, just so she's not
This
like.
is fun!
Just coughing your lungs out.
For the Sith Lord in your cargo hold, that may not be the wisest
I
thing.
know, honestly, that might be, but.
She addressed you, but
Oh, sorry. What did you say?
Said yes, Astapeus.
I'm just checking in, just seeing how everybody's doing after that last little encounter.
I mean, we've faced worse, but I appreciate the concern.
No, I'm just making sure. You seemed a little, I don't know, off or nervous or something lately, so I was just making sure you're doing okay.
That's so kind.
That's so
it's
sweet.
just the Jedi being
So kind.
compassionate. Are you attempting to discern any deception?
Not yet.
Is she deceptive?
I know. Yeah, you've seemed a little nervous lately. Is everything okay?
We have a Sith Lord. I'm not particularly comfortable with the idea, but
Uh-huh.
No, I'm sorry.
What don't you like about it?
it's a Sith.
I
I
mean,
mean, you're a Jedi. You all people should know why that's a bad idea.
you've just seemed to have been taking it harder than the rest of us. And I just want to make sure things are okay. We don't want to have any problems, especially going into what we're going into soon, so.
Well, there shouldn't be any problems as long as he keeps his word and I stay as far as possible from him.
So are you fine working with him? It's all.
No. But it's what has to happen, so it's going to happen.
Okay. Can I tell how she's feeling during this whole conversation?
Yes.
Is she like nervous? Is she like
Roll an insight.
angry?
At
Is she...
advantage because you have intuition with emotions.
That is correct.
Are you attempting to hide your emotions?
Yes, I am.
Roll a deception check.
You know what? Animal.
She's good at that though, so.
She is. So we'll see how this goes. She says.
Good. You have a
I do.
Tick, tick, tick.
That's 23.
What'd you roll?
22.
Ah.
Oh,
Okay.
so close.
So
I have inspiration. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna do that.
So
I do.
I do have it, but I'm not gonna use it.
So I would say that, I mean, she's being forthright with the fact that she's definitely not comfortable with him
Mhm.
being here, and yeah, it's difficult with it being so close, but you technically didn't meet it, so I'd
Mhm.
say that it does seem like she's just generally uncomfortable with it.
Okay.
She succeeded on the check, so.
No, that's her.
Gosh darn it. She's doing a little dance.
Successfully hit it for you.
Yeah.
This time.
This time, Shayla, so don't worry.
This time.
Yeah.
This time.
We'll be like, okay.
How are you doing with it?
Classic deflection.
Switch.
Hey.
Let's do
You know, I love how there is an imposter among you, and it's not the Sith Lord.
I know, seriously. He's the guy that's straight up like, look, I vented in front of you. Like, he's just...
He's being straight up honest.
Like-
yeah, no, he's...
Yeah, I vented.
No.
Make a perception check. He's in the vents right now.
Just the glowing eyes. Like,
No.
It's just eyes staring at you.
That'd be like Aetoth realizing that there's within 30 feet there's someone staring at him. Like,
That was terrifying. So wait, she asked how I was doing with it.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm mostly just trying to keep the peace. I know there's lots of varying feelings about this. So, no. Is there anything that we can do for you? Is there anything that you need us to kind of... We need to get in the middle of you two? Do we need to...
As long as I can stay as far away from him as possible, it should be fine.
Okay.
I'll also say that given you were close to the check,
Mm-hmm.
you're not entirely satisfied with the answer. Like, there's that still little nagging
There's
voice.
something I just don't know what it is.
Yeah, you're just
It's
not sure
like,
exactly
okay.
what.
Okay. Well, I'll probably be keeping an eye on you. We've just making sure everybody's keeping the peace around here. So we don't want any problems or anything, okay?
Don't worry, I won't be trying anything.
Okay.
I don't want anything to do with it.
Okay then. If there's a problem, there's 8 of us that'll be right in the middle of it, okay?
Thank you.
They'll just kind of like nod and head on out.
Okay. As you finish this conversation, Gratis actually walks past the both of you. He just kind of walks. Spencer, where are you? Or Dex, where are you?
I'm still on the ship.
I'm still on the planet. You're on the cockpit.
Still here.
It's like Seuss in the corner.
Yeah. Long notes. So you're sitting in the cockpit just watching hyperspace go by, and Gratis walks up to you, says, "Captain, may I speak with you for a moment?"
Of course.
As this is your ship, and I intend to be a gracious guest among you and your companions, may I request that you announce a sort of gathering so we may discuss our strategy? There are some potential issues I wish to address with the rest of you.
Yep. I will turn on like little like the fasten seatbelt sign. I will do the
DP puts a seatbelt on.
basically the little message for everyone to be in the.
I'll say it's like in Among Us when you go in the room and you hit the button on the table. Emergency meeting.
Yeah.
I'll hit push to summon everyone to. Do we have a conference room, or is that just our interrogation room?
The investigation suite is what it is, but you do have the main hold in the center with the holo terminal that can function because it's got chairs and couches and seats.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Sounds perfect.
We'll do that, and then we have the holo terminal in case we need to pull anything up, right?
Yeah.
So I will just nod and hit the button.
Thank you.
I will cartwheel my way there.
Okay. You're
like-
just
you're like
highly.
Ty Lee. I am.
I'll use my rocket jets.
I'm just as
Instantaneous.
flexible as her. That's it.
It's like any scene
I
with
love
the
it.
Flash. It's like.
So like
So,
Kool-Aid Man.
does everybody gather? You get a signal from Dex to gather in the main hold area. Do you
I
guys?
want to say no, but
In the
yeah.
doorway.
You're
Okay.
gonna block everyone from coming in.
No, let. As soon as everybody's
You shall not pass.
Nope. Sorry, Aitoff. You don't get to be part of it.
doorway.
I know. It just the way you said it was like I'm just gonna stand in the doorway so everybody has to just shove past me.
Yeah.
Hey, Tough, move your ass.
So Gratis is standing near the
Or robbery.
Gratis is standing near the holo terminal.
Maria reluctantly puts
And
the
he
cat
says-
down.
We still have time to prepare for this, and I believe it was mentioned that it is a formal occasion. Even those providing security are expected to look semi-presentable.
You.
A little more presentable, I believe. Is
I'll
what he's
let
trying
him
to say.
handle this. But there's
Wait,
also
you have to wear nice clothing.
there's also another potential issue that I believe needs to be addressed.
Pray tell.
You all were contacted by Raymond Black before I arrived, that is correct?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That means he knows what you look like. And while simply disguising oneself is simple enough, there are some of you who will be providing security for previous employers who also know what you look like and might take issue to if you showed up looking like somebody else.
It's okay. VP and I got it.
I'm sure you do.
Yes.
So I did
I'll get
notice...
some self-care glasses. Look at your paint job.
I get Sabine Wren on the paint job.
There you go.
I did notice your very cutting-edge investigation suite has a disguise section that could provide great benefit to those who can disguise themselves. I know some of you are working with others who may not care so much if you show up looking like somebody else, but it was a problem I wished to bring up with you so that perhaps we may address it. Also, there is one other thing. I will need a secure terminal with which to contact somebody very important in order for me to get myself and one other of this crew into the party. I have the means of securing my own terminal. I just didn't know if, well, I would prefer the privacy of doing it without investigative eyes, so to speak, including your own.
How about yours?
Ears included. For the sake of security, I must insist that I do this alone, but I assure you I will get us entrance into the event, and then all will continue to be as it was.
Is he being honest?
Roll an insight check.
Oh.
Gee, that's a 10.
You can't really tell. He's a Sith Lord. He's been open so far, but you know, you're still kind of on that. He's a Sith Lord.
Yeah, he's sus.
Yeah. So it's just a problem I thought of. Perhaps something you could discuss amongst yourselves while we have time.
Yes. As mentioned, it would be difficult.
Oh, Lindsay wants to say something.
Please go ahead.
Oh, no, you're good. Okay. Well, I have the ability to use the Force to conceal myself, both with invisibility and to alter my appearance. So I do not have... I can also utilize the disguise suite, the investigation suite. But I am not really one of concern. So I will step back, and then I'll kind of just like step back out of our circle of people.
Yes, I believe you should be fine in that regard.
I have my own method of disguising myself as well, so I am accounted for.
Perfectly fine.
I do not.
Well,
I'm kind of a little bit more standout-ish.
That also bears a question. I believe in our reports of some of you are covered in terms of where you stand, but there are also open vacancies within the invitations. I know you two have acquired entrance. Our captain has acquired entrance.
Lindsay's got a...
Yes.
I don't have a person to go with, but I will offer to go with him.
Did my invitation have a vacancy?
Yours has an open vacancy, yes.
Okay. Mine has an open vacancy.
Padawan Mayatov will accompany me. In fact, I believe I have an excellent cover story for that already. The rest of you may determine amongst yourselves who goes with whom. You have an open spot.
I don't know if I like knowing that he already has a cover story.
I suppose Ravri. Because I believe, if my notes are correct, I think Ravri and... Let me check.
Dex has one too, doesn't he?
Dex just got himself in.
Dex just has himself.
Gratis, Ravri, and Miria have open spots. So Gratis and Aetop are going in. Ravri, who do you think would be best with you? You are with Zahn.
Right.
So who do you think would be best with you?
Who still hasn't got a way in?
Byra and
Astapace.
Astapace.
No, Astapace has the guy, right?
No, because we took the 100.
Yeah,
we took the money instead. So
yeah, he's bringing
I was
Vinny,
like,
Jenny, and Lenny. He's bringing Vinny, Jenny, and Lenny. You guys need
Lenny, you're in.
Love Vinny, Jenny, and Lenny.
Yeah.
Vinny, what is it? Vinny?
Vinny, Jenny, and Lenny. Yeah.
Vinny and Lenny. Okay.
Benny didn't get to go.
Oh,
Poor Benny.
Benny.
Poor game.
I was gonna say,
Better make the spice run next time.
Okay.
fun fact, it actually was spice behind the wall.
It was
There's
spice.
3 million credits worth of spice behind that Easter.
Are you freaking kidding me?
Oh my
You
god.
get in on a crime game.
Spice. You spice. You spice.
They spice, man. In the Black Sun, they spice.
So next
Alright,
spicy
so
one.
Ravery, who do you think would be good to go with you and Zahn?
Either or, I don't think there would be much of a preference. Whichever of you would be fine with it.
Appears
As
to be
the
your
Payas
choice.
is determined to keep an eye on me.
Who's determined to keep an eye on you?
As the Payas.
No, okay, you can go with her.
Sure, I'll keep an eye on her.
Okay.
Well, Byra, it looks like you're with me.
Alright.
I.
Alright.
Be here with me.
Yes.
Okay, so real fun fact here. My Google Doc says I should correct the word Aetoff to roof.
I can see the resemblance. Not at all. It's not even close.
Rufio!
Rufio.
That's kind of fun spelling, really.
Don't roofie people.
That seems to be
Did
taken
you
care
look at
of.
my laptop?
There's your cover name right there. Roof.
In terms of the disguise problems, perhaps you should all address it yourselves.
Yes.
Oh,
As mentioned, it will be difficult for Kota and myself to appear in front of our previous employer as apparently different people.
I'll just put on the hat.
A hat would be helpful, yes.
And glasses.
But, yes, that also. We cannot reinvent ourselves.
Yes.
Alright, that's one solution.
A hat.
A hat.
And you do know of an alien woman who would be very interested in making you a hat.
Talking about Val.
Yeah, Val's the alien clothing maker, man. Like, she loves this stuff.
Yeah.
I would be open to suggestions of other ways to conceal myself from
And-
Raymond Black.
I mean, I think a new paint job would probably be okay. I don't know.
Yeah.
I am in agreement.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, that way it could hide your former identity as an Imperial droid.
This is true. It is not something I have ever considered. Perhaps a nice chrome.
Ooh, a chrome paint job would look amazing on you.
Say.
Chromium plated.
Sorry.
And I would say,
Comes walking out Mandalorian.
just
just
to-
playing.
just to speed this along a little bit, I would say that Ravery, especially because of how well you know Caecilius, you could figure that you could easily disguise yourselves
Oh, yeah.
more thoroughly and just explain the situation to him, and he'd be perfectly fine with it.
Yep.
And as the Payas, you might consider a little bit extra disguising as a Jedi bodyguard might look a little.
I do have the same things as Aetoff now. I have level 2 spells, so I can do it for an hour.
You
It only
disguise
lasts an
self-
hour,
you
though,
disguise
so it's...
self? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Take all your
If you need
flaws.
help disguising, I can also. I think I
That'd be-
do disguise kits.
Well, you have an integrated disguise kit in your investigation suite, so it provide bigger bonuses towards successfully disguising yourselves if you decided to use it.
Placed on the hat.
Are you just got like this little football game hat? Just,
I was thinking like a little top hat kind of thing.
yeah,
Little top hat.
It's adorable.
go away. I
Like
don't
a bowler
care.
hat?
Yeah, bowler hat.
No bowler.
Bowler hat guy.
I believe that takes care of that problem then. Something I simply wanted to bring forward. I will adjourn to the cargo hold. And he goes back to the cargo hold.
I don't
I
like
thought that was
threats.
you snoring. I'm like,
Paul's already out.
I was like,
Thus far, he has been nothing short of helpful.
Which is why I don't like it.
He's also been cooperative.
Which is why I don't like it.
Know what our cover story is?
He didn't explain it yet, no.
Okay.
If you want to go ask him about it, you can.
I would love to ask him about it because
Like, whoa, hold up.
I don't know what his like contacts expect of him. So
Okay. You go to him. He's in the cargo hold.
okay. Can you explain to me what our cover story is so I can be prepared for it?
Yes, of course. I was. So it's well known that I was one of Darth Maul's apprentices. After all, I attended one of these events. I will be able to successfully go as myself. However, I believe an excellent cover as to why you are with me is because you are my apprentice.
Hey.
It would certainly influence the disguise you choose for yourself, but I believe it would be easy enough to pass off.
Okay. I can work with that.
And it is well known that I have not yet taken an apprentice, so this will certainly be news to some who may be there that know of my existence. I do not know who will be there.
It's temporary.
But it is simply a cover story that I think will give us much benefits.
Okay.
Many benefits.
I don't like the way he said benefits there.
Is
That kind of
there
benefits. What's that?
is there anything that I need to know or do before I prepare for this?
That's
Because
excellent.
It's a very different avenue from where I currently stand, but it also may not be as different as I think it is.
It's an excellent question. We have time. I would say, if anything, brush up on the Sith code a little and try to get into a mock mindset of how a Sith would think and act. For the most part, I believe that any sort of displays of power would be unnecessary, and just a simple try to play the part as best you can. Think how a Sith would think.
Yeah. Let's disguise yourself as a Sith while actually learning how to be a Sith.
I'm basically becoming his apprentice, like, for a night, essentially.
Yep.
Yeah.
Take your apprentice to work day, you know?
Okay. Alright, I will do some reading. It's kind of funny to say, but I was a librarian in my former life, so I know how to look things up.
I am a librarian.
So you worked with Jedi Master Nostoral, is that it?
Yes, I did.
Very interesting.
Yes, it seems very far from where I was to be here
I'm sure.
doing this now.
You're still a Padawan on your own, which means that you must be close to achieving ranking title. Shows that your master trusts you.
Yes, I would like to believe that that is true. Yes.
Working with the Zalos, no less. The known fugitives from the Jedi, which is most interesting to me.
Yes, I have an unusual connection to them. Let's just put it that way.
Rather interesting. You and your Jedi companion are interesting to say the least. I had imagined perhaps you would have wanted to turn them in once you discovered who your employers were.
I found myself sympathizing with them more than I anticipated.
How very curious.
Yes, it is curious. I don't really know what to make of our relationship with them sometimes, but I value their input and their contributions to maintaining some semblance of order in the universe.
Order is certainly one word for it.
Yes.
I will say, if you still have doubts as to my intentions, I can say that my intentions are similar to the Zalos in this regard. I consider my own personal feelings and ideologies to be less important than the threat that it's posed. This particular strain of Rakghoul will be far too dangerous.
And what are your personal feelings about this?
Well, I have an unfortunate history with the Republic that led me to become Sith, so of course, being in the heart of it and working actively to aid it and save it is not something I normally do, but the Empire's security is also at risk with anything Zermalin does, which also is a personal feeling that has motivated this, and I consider him to be a far greater threat than the Jedi at this point.
Do all Sith feel the same way that you do about that?
Was that not all Sith, or just all Sith?
No, do all Sith feel the same way about that?
No, unfortunately. So many of them are blinded by their instinctive nature. I am an anomaly among the Sith in the sense that I do not allow my emotions to dictate my every whim. I actually drew the attention of Darth Maul because of my discipline over my emotions, and knowing when to use them and how. So many Sith are blinded by their anger or greed or desire to do whatever they wish, that they focus more on the unfortunate cultural tendency towards finding anything the Jedi to do to be more abhorrent than any other threat. That is why I act clandestinely.
Makes sense. Definitely.
Like destiny.
Yes. I almost feel as if the Jedi could learn a little bit from that perspective. I mean, the Jedi are
Anakin Skywalker.
There is much both orders could learn, but yes, the Jedi are limited by their... why can't I never remember the words I rehearsed? By the narrow... Oh, I remembered it. Limited by their narrow-minded dogma towards their code, as well as the Sith could learn something from unity. A goal my master and I intend on fulfilling one day.
Yeah. That is one thing that I struggled with when we first were employed by the Zalos, because everything the Jedi would order and council would tell me would be to turn them in, like you said. But, I don't know. I feel as if I understand them better than I understand the Jedi sometimes.
Well, you are certainly a curious one. Your mind is much more free than that of other Jedi I have encountered. But to be fair, my experience is limited.
I could say the same about you. So, the last Jedi, or the last Sith that we met an ill-fated end, let's just say.
To be expected. That is why I came prepared with helpful information so as to secure my safety. I consider you better allies than enemies at this point.
Same goes for you as well.
Yes. But trust me when I say I will not put the Empire's security at jeopardy to preserve our alliance if it ever comes to that.
That is to be expected.
And I will not expect the same from you with the Republic.
Yes. I believe that to be true for most of our group as well. So
respectable and commendable.
I'm going to just kind of give him a quick nod and say, well, I must go better myself.
We have time, but we shall see how this ruse plays out.
When I leave, I am going to try to find Kota.
Okay, go and find Kota. Where are you, Kota?
I am disassembling and reassembling the lightsaber she gave me
Oh boy.
and just studying it.
Roll another intelligence check. for me.
learn the lightsaber
Roll your new
Is
dice.
this in the engine room or the bedroom?
Bedroom.
Okay.
DP, are you there too?
Yep.
Okay.
Just going, oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh.
Where
And
was it again?
he's lost in thought on talking to Kota about
Just
Straight intelligence?
yeah, straight
stuff.
inside. Just droid stuff.
15.
He's lost in
15?
thought.
Okay. You rolled pretty well last time. You're getting there. You've almost got it.
Since I see him working on the lightsaber, I'm gonna come in and say, Kota, I'm sorry, but I need the lightsaber back.
What?
I need it back for the party because I'm posing as Gratis's apprentice, so I need to be presentable. I can't just show off my bright blue lightsaber in the middle and assume that I'm the Sith.
Just change colors.
I will remind you, still have the purple crystal from that lightsaber.
Yeah, that's what I have the crystal, so I need a lightsaber back so I can.
Well, you can switch out the crystal in your saber.
Can I do that?
Yeah, it would take a check, I'd say, but you can do it.
Okay.
Because you have your artificer's kit.
Yes, I do.
Use like the Pace's lightsaber. He doesn't need birth.
Okay. Look, I can try and switch out the crystal in mine, but if it doesn't work, I'm going to need that lightsaber back.
I'm just gonna get all the parts and be like,
Mine.
You're a hoarder, man.
I want to learn the lightsaber stuff.
I'm just gonna say, I'm just warning you, preparing you for this. That might happen, okay? So, you have been warned, you are aware, and I might need to take that back, okay?
This is
bullshit.
I don't like it, but okay.
Aetoff, you are going as an apprentice to the Sith?
Good.
Got it from that Mrs. Darth Vader joke.
Yes.
Ow.
I am.
He used it in one of his videos. Ow. Okay.
She said
I
yes.
wish that
Oh, sorry. I
Almost
heard.
proud of you.
I
was like,
thought I was waiting for
I'm
one.
not that clever.
Wait, hold on. What did Brett say?
Sorry, I was expressing that I was confused. I thought there was a pause, but the pause was me. So, and are you comfortable with that?
I'm as comfortable as I will ever be.
You sure he's not gonna make you do some weird Sithy stuff?
He told me he was not going to, so I have to take him on his word, I suppose.
And how good is that
just
gonna
need a
be?
t-shirt of Coda saying weird Sithy stuff.
Smash cut to Gratis with his eyes rolled back and said, summoning Cthulhu.
Artie was wrong.
Oh.
I am largely ignorant
Darth
of
Cthulhu.
Oh my god.
Jedi teachings, but surely this would go against the Jedi Code.
No, I'm getting an image.
Well, it's not as if I'm becoming his apprentice. Except I kind of am for one day, but
So, you're breaking your Jedi Code for one day?
I'm not breaking the Jedi Code. I am simply posing as Sith for one day. At least that's what I'm trying to tell myself.
Roll a self-deception check.
Against your own person.
No, you don't have to roll.
Oh no!
But hey, you rolled really well. I got an 18 on
Okay.
myself.
I suppose
alright.
you feel like you are justified.
Contested self-insight.
I don't feel good about it, but I'm doing it anyways.
Well, I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Don't
Thank
forget
you.
who he is.
What did he say?
Just don't forget who or what he is.
Oh, trust me. Every time I sense his presence on this ship, I remember exactly what he is. And I'm going to go back to my cabin and do research on Sith.
I'm going to quickly try and hide the lightsaber.
I am also going to try and put the core in my lightsaber.
Okay, so go ahead and roll a stealth check.
Sleight of hand?
Sleight of hand? Sleight of hand feels more.
I'm gonna watch exactly where it puts it.
And what was that sleight of hand?
What was it?
It was a what?
It was a 7.
26 perception for me.
It's just kind of hanging out under his pillow. Because it's a double-bladed. It's kind of long, so it's like...
He did it right in front of me, too.
So roll...
Give me your pillow.
It's like a...
Does he even have a pillow?
What pillow DP would have?
So
It's like a
roll
support.
roll an artificer kit check, which
Like, keep
I'll
your hands
say
into.
it's your proficiency bonus because you're proficient in it, and we'll call it your intelligence modifier.
Okay. Proficiency. So that's a 16.
16. Okay. Yeah, you're able to successfully extract your lightsaber crystal and put in the new one, and the blade is now purple.
Hey. I thought it was red. Is it not red?
No, it's purple. Purple.
Hey,
Oh no! Purple is also a color that the Sith use. Give me 1 second.
Dust color.
It's kind of a universal color. It's not.
Not Sith specific.
Yeah, it's not Sith or Jedi specific.
It is Samuel L. Jackson specific.
Yeah. That is true.
Badass mother trucker written on the
Yep.
handle.
Hey. Alright, cool. I'm going to do research on Sith.
Okay, cool. Plug it
How
in
to
there.
be a Sith for dummies.
And I could say
Slash
that,
Jedi.
I would say that would probably involve make a lore check because I would say that would probably involve a lot of like history of how they came to be, known Jedi knowledge, that kind of stuff. So go ahead and make a lore check for me just to see.
That's a 26.
26. Okay, so you're able to look. You're able to look past a lot of the the Jedi rhetoric about it. Basically, the Sith were originally Jedi who wished to branch out into the dark side thousands of years ago. And they were called Dark Jedi at the time. There was a small war on the planet Tython where these Jedi wanted to experience a form of freedom. They felt that the ways of the Jedi were too limiting and that there was more to it. So eventually they were banished from Tython and ended up on the planet Korriban, where the Sith species, the red skin, kind of tendril faced species lived, and they adopted the name of Sith. And there were several wars that happened, including Mandalorian wars involving Revan, and now they have returned. But a lot of it, the Sith code being the peace is a lie. There is only passion. Through passion I gain strength. Through strength I gain power. Through power I gain victory. Through victory my chains are broken. The Force shall free me. You get the sense that the Sith code is about freedom and mastery. And there are different ways, of course, of interpreting this that many Sith have in the past and even what's the word? Current? What's
Present.
Contemporary.
Contemporary. Thank you.
Thanks.
Words. English.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know if there's a place where the Sith, like, do you have like a Sith Wikipedia page or something I could read?
A Sith wiki.
A Sith wiki? Yeah, you can go to Wikipedia and just look at Sith. I'd say look at the Legends version because that's more of what I'd be going off of in this. Because the modern canon version is a bit more less defined as it was in the past.
So, on a completely random note, because we're looking at chat, what are the odds? Well, I guess it's not functional. You say, what are the odds of Coda rolling in his sleep and activating the lightsaber?
It's a good question, but since there's no crystal in it, he'll be fine.
Take it.
If I had a crystal, would it be a different question?
It would be a very different
Turn
scenario.
into those.
And
The question would be how long is
They turn into. They turn into the.
Yeah.
if I had a crystal, I'd be doing so many amazing things with this lightsaber.
Including chopping up DP accidentally.
Uh-huh.
Remember that dismemberment page we talked about? That would suddenly become a thing.
What?
There's a variant rule option on SW5e for for the dismemberment.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
I mean, with how many hands are getting chopped off in the Star Wars universe, I'm not
Mhm.
surprised.
Anything anyone else want to do before you get to Carrick? It's fine if you don't have anything.
I wanted to talk to Dex briefly.
Alright, he's still in the cockpit.
I was just gonna go in and kind of flop down in the co-pilot seat, I guess.
That's my seat.
So are you going into security? Is that what I heard, Dex?
That's the plan.
How do you feel about that? Confident?
Sure, it's a job I've done before, and it's an easy enough job. I will most likely be sitting somewhere up where I can best use my sniper and keep an eye on things.
How'd you swing that?
I used to work for him, and, well, maybe not for him. I doubt he knows who I am. But I used to work for him and run jobs, so it's something I, was easy to swing.
Very nice. She kind of just a rubber neck a little nervously. I did something that's, I don't know, I felt proud in the moment, but now I'm starting to wonder if I made a mistake.
Really?
I kind of blackmailed my boss
Oh, right.
in
that's
order
right.
to get the invitation.
I wondered when you would get there.
Get what?
Always knew you could do it.
What?
With your knowledge of the HoloNet and use of it, I figured it was only a matter of time before you started using that information against people.
Whoa.
I don't know whether to feel complimented or insulted.
Be complimented. In this world, especially with those of us who do not have political or force or any other kind of power, using what we can against in this world is always a good thing.
Yeah, I tried to persuade him normally, and he wasn't going to use his invitation, and I just said, well, I can use it, and he thought it was laughable giving such an invitation to an employee, and just wasn't budging, so I brought up some dirt I found upon him on the HoloNet, and it seemed to work. He looked a little put off at first that I even knew about it, but I felt proud in the moment that I was able to stand up to him, but now I'm wondering, will I even have employment after this? I don't know. And if that was worth it.
I think time will tell. You did get a way in, which is very helpful in our current situation. And, it will be a good thing in the long run. I've gotten your first experience of the gray areas of the galaxy, and it's important to learn them and know that they're going to be there for your benefit or your detriment, depending on the situation.
Would you say I'm starting down a very interesting path? I don't know whether to say it's bad or good.
Like I said, gray. It's somewhere in between. It's not bad, it's not good. It's just...
I didn't even notice he had that fun.
I literally thought you were just putting it on because you were cold and all of a sudden it goes over your
The
head.
theme of the story we found.
That was amazing.
I love you, man. Yeah, I realized I didn't tell you about that, and I was just starting to kind of second guess my choices, but I had a feeling you would probably support me. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, blackmail's chill.
Depends on who you're blackmailing.
This is true neutral, man. He lives in that gray zone.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
true neutral. You went to the right guy.
Priest, maybe that's a problem.
Yeah, if you want neutrality, you went to the right guy.
Yeah, after that, she'll just kind of just sit back and just enjoy the rest of the flight with Dex.
All right.
Maybe call Koshka into the cockpit eventually.
If there's nothing else that wish to be said, we can make it back to Carrick. You arrive at the station, and first thing that I say Dex notice, I'm curious, where are you, by the way, when you arrive? You like in your room? You in the cockpit? Like,
I'll be in my room.
Okay. So Dex, first thing you notice, because you're extremely perceptive, a good portion of the fleet is gone. Like, you get there and there are normally like dozens and dozens of ships, and now there are just a handful left.
Interesting. I will take note of that for now.
Okay. You are hailed still by Captain Jack Borkins, and upon recognizing your ship and your transponder, gives you clearance to land back in the station. And I'm going to pull up, because I've been looking at this, for proper like refueling.
Oh, yeah, cost. I have to pay for that.
Refuel. No.
Great job.
Fuel.
I
Where is it?
Doubting Thomas's. I have calculated ship costs in my other costs.
Where's the refueling bit? I know it's here.
I'll find it and I'll get it.
Okay, yeah, I'm looking for it. I thought I had I thought it was under adventuring section, but it's not here. But anyway, it will cost a number of credits to refuel. You don't have any damage, so it's mostly just refueling, and your rations are pretty fine because you were able to eat with Sena. So you're fine on rations and everything like that.
Rations.
So you're now here at the station. Make a perception check for me once you get off the ship.
Who?
Perception. That is an 18.
Okay, 18. So you notice, because the way it works when you come into the hangar, the hangar door is still open, but it's got like a force field in it to keep you from getting sucked out into the cold, dark vacuum of space.
Of course.
And you look back, and you notice that majority of the fleet is gone, including the Telos, Master Otake's ship.
Okay, I was actually going to ask you
gone.
that, so that's good to know.
Yeah. So you notice that it is missing. So you are now here, but at the time of day, it is late. Galactic Standard Time sort of revolves around Coruscant time, so it's pretty the same. And that is a fact, by the way. So in Galactic time, it's like shift is over, so you figure nothing's going to be open, so if you guys want, you can just take a long rest and start up the next morning. Alright, so y'all go ahead and take a long rest. And you guys have, you're leveled up now, you're in your new period, and now we are going into a small section of buying things here, of modifying things. We'll start with Dex, because he was going to go check out the cybernetics. Anybody want to go with him?
I'll go with him.
Okay, Miria is going with him. Anyone else going
Sounds
with
bad.
Dex to go talk to Turk about cybernetics?
I'm going.
DP, come.
DP wanted to come too? Okay, yeah. So, you three, anybody else? Nope, okay. So, we'll start with that. Pretty early on, you go to Kabumi's.
Oh, that's right, you changed the name. Boomy. Kaboom.
So you go to Kabumi's, and Boomy is there. He's working on something behind his desk. Sees you walk, you're like, "Oh, hey, everybody! Hey, Turk, look, it's our favorite customers. How's it going, everybody?" Good to see you. What can I do for you?
We're actually here for Turk this time.
Oh, hey, Turk, we're here for you. And you hear trip past a couple of things. Oh, shit.
Take back.
He walks up. He's like, yes, all right. Hey, boss. He looks up at Boomy because he's a small little petroleum fish dude. He's like, can I take a short break here? Like, yeah, sure. We're pretty light on stuff right now. I can watch the shop while you're out. I'm like, thanks. And he walks out with you, and he's like, come with me for a second. He walks out. He kind of leans down, and the way it works with the outer ring sections of the space station, the middle section is a bit more elevated, and everything else is kind of there's like stairs that lead down to them, and then in between there's like 3 sets of stairs, and in between them is the bottomless pit because Star Wars. There's guardrails on this, so he leads you over to the stairs, kind of steps up on a couple of them, and then leans in close because now he's more at eye level with you. He's like,
I listen. This was recently set up and not entirely strictly legal circumstances, so needless to say, I'm glad you Jedi folk aren't here right now. But y'all seem like good people for this sort of thing. I thought of you, and I get a cut of anything you spend, so figured it was in our best interest, right? So I'll lead you along here if you're interested. And they do droids, too. You just made me remember, they do droids.
That was my question.
Yeah, let's go.
And he leads you through.
You seem to read your mind.
He leads you through back to the cartel bazaar. Actually, you've been there before. It's where he picked up the bounty. You go down, and beginning of a workday, things seem to be. It's kind of one of those like beginning of the workday. Bounty hunters are there trying to pick things up as early as possible to get on the hyper lanes, I guess, not on the road. He leads you back towards where the hangar door is, and there are these large shipping containers there. And he walks up to one of them, looks around, and there's a little thing opens. Who is it? You see a voice from inside.
It's Dirk. I got customers here.
It's like, all right. And then it kind of slides open the door. And there's this.
It's door noises.
There's this large Zabrak man who's like, all right, come on in.
He's like, all right, I'll let you guys take it from here.
Hang on. Pull up. I got my wrong notes. Pull up.
Like, yo, Lacey, tell I sent them. Give me my cut.
And you walk in, and back. There's a small little workshop set up inside this storage container. With all sorts of hanging, like, cybernetic parts and bits. And in the back, there is this sort of small, lithe-looking Rhodian woman. Green skin and those big old bug eyes. She turns to look at you and says,
well, hello and welcome. Turk sent you. That's wonderful. I take it you are interested in upgrading?
Those two are. I am just here for the ride.
I see. And are you trustworthy?
She's trustworthy.
Alright, fine.
Let's just say she's here for an insurance that if either of us are under, she can be there just to make sure you do what you say you're doing.
Of course, yes, I understand the potential distrust here. Well, we shall begin then. What can I interest you, fine customers, in?
Do you want to go first, Brent, or should I?
So I have something specific. DP would probably want to look around and see what catches his eye.
okay, yeah. And we can just kind of brush through this quickly. You don't have to roleplay out every single detail of it.
Okay.
Especially because we've already determined what we're getting. So we'll just kind of go through this. Since he called you out first, what is DP getting?
So he's interested in a little better motor, which mechanically means potential upgrades in the future.
Okay, easy enough to do.
And an extra set of arms catches his eye.
Yep.
Ooh. General Grievous.
Yes.
And they don't exactly and when they start, they don't exactly look like they'd fit you, but she's like,
Yes, I could very easily adapt these to better fit your chassis. Very good, very good.
I think we to go in and change and add arms to DC what needs to be red, and we never acknowledge that it's a random red arm.
Yes.
one of the arms is red. And it will never...
Who are you? Let me know the TP.
never.
The red arm.
No.
It's like in Robots
Yeah, when I get that.
when Robin Williams.
I feel great!
Oh dear.
Okay.
Now they're arm wrestling.
Right, yes, I will. I can do this very easily.
So she...
Go see that again.
And she does say,
This will take
Just for Robin Williams.
much
Right.
time between the two of you. This will take me the better part of several days. I hope you have the time for this.
We have the time.
Excellent. So,
and Dex, what are you getting attached to your head?
So I'm getting 2 cybernetic augmentations. I'm getting the Hawkeye ocular package, which changes my eye or replaces my eyes, so that I can now basically have binoculars. And I'm also getting the scouting and surveillance implant, which kind of fits. It's kind of like fits on the back of my head and replaces my ears, but allows me to basically run communications, interceptions, and have respirator mode, all at the effect of my head.
Yes. And do note that you do have to take an action to or a specific either action or bonus action to switch between those modes.
Yes, bonus action. You can bonus action to activate one mode at a time.
And she lets you know. Before you begin, she says to you that
be aware that applying upgrades to an organic being necessitates a physical change. Effects that normally only apply to droids will start to have an effect upon you. With 2 of them, if you are hit by any sort of ionic blast, it will do considerably more harm to your body than before. Just be aware of this effect. And know that I am not responsible. Sign this waiver.
Dex, is that a risk you're willing to take?
Is this a black market?
I read it to the terms and conditions.
I'm willing to take the risk. I think the benefits outweigh the negatives.
Excellent. I like to hear someone willing to branch out into the universe.
So, over the course of several work days, 5 in total, between DP and Dex, you you now are successfully upgraded.
Why
Dex
be
now
you
has,
when you can be new?
and
Well, I have 2 arms and you can have 4.
over the course of several, I'm just going to go through because you guys will be visiting the various Dward, the Irish Weequay weapon salesman and modifier, as well as Val, the Zeltron, Val and Sola, her brother,
Sola.
the armor smith and clothing specialist there. And you will be going through, and I'm just going to go down basically one by one, because we basically handle this off stream for you guys watching, of modifications and upgrades, or
Just so we can
weapons,
speed
items.
Things up.
Yeah, that people will be getting just to speed things up. They'll be spending the appropriate amount of credits. I'm just going to go through and have them describe what it is that they have done and what they buy. So we'll start with Mercedes. What does Barrga have? What does she buy? What does she have done?
Does she buy the...
Yeah.
DP got a nose job.
Nice.
You're welcome.
have a nose.
With a hyper-realistic nose.
Oh my
Just
god!
like-
Oh, like those
You
glasses,
have
those funny glasses.
The
with
mustache.
Oh,
no,
the mustache.
Yeah.
that is my disguise.
All right. So, Barrga, what is it that you get? I can help if you forget what you have.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I have things
That's true.
written down. So I got a Fortitude Weave, which gives a +1 to my con and strength.
Saving throws.
Saving throws. I got a Stealthy Stitching, which makes me proficient in stealth skill.
Speak up.
Sorry, I'm
Okay.
speaking up.
She's good.
Okay.
You can hear me?
Yeah, they can hear you. You're fine.
Okay.
I can.
A survivalist stitching, and a will pattern. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
So we'll start with just that because that's your clothing. So you go
Yeah.
to Val, and we will roleplay this out just a little. I'm just
Yeah.
gonna make it easier by going one by one. We can just,
Yeah,
like-
that's what I got for my clothing.
So you go to Val, basically with the request to improve some of your natural abilities,
Yeah.
and she is more than happy to do it. And your clothing's actually pretty nice, so you're thinking of wearing this to the party.
Yeah.
So she's like, I'm trying to remember exactly what voice did I have for her. Is she French?
I think
Let
so.
me go check back. Scroll through my notes. French if you can, I put.
French if you can!
I don't remember if I did. She's like,
Le poisson.
I guess I'm just gonna go. I should have checked this out. I'm sorry. She's like, oh yes, of course, I would love to. I don't think I did French. She's like, excellent. This is very, very easily done. So what she does is basically like for the stealth, she basically makes it so that your clothing is a little less loose fit, a little more in the way of streamlined, so that it can accommodate your ability to move silently, and it also helps with your shoes. With just kind of making it so that they are a little less noisy, squeaky. She also, in terms of trying to just role play out how do you add a strength and constitution boost, basically makes it so that a little less constricting on like certain maneuverable joints and things like that you might need when making strength saving throws, and also just feels a lot nicer on your skin. And so she goes through and very happily does all that for you because you're one of her favorite customers. You're pretty unique among the customer base she gets. You have nice chats. She's a very pleasant person to be around. Next, you upgraded your tech blade a lot.
Yes, I did, because it is special. So I got a neutronium edge.
Yes.
Which gives a +2 to my damage rolls. Which is really nice. And a collapsible keen frame.
Yes.
Nice.
Contoured grip for it. And a shocking oscillator, Mark III.
Nice.
Yes.
So, yeah.
But basically, so you go to Dward, the Irish weapon sales, and he's like, "Oh yes, I can do all that." He does say, I will have to get you a better tech blade. All these sort of modifications require a bit more in the way of.
I'm up for it.
Yes, fine.
Do it.
You appear to have quite a number of money. You have quite a decent stash of money.
Yep.
So I'm willing to do it. And it takes a while for him too, but yeah, so you have a nicer tech blade now. Nice. Nice, like, sharp edge, and it can collapse, which makes it hideable, a lot more hideable, and you feel a bit more confident in being able to really draw blood with this sucker. And the grip is kind of, it's contoured grip, so, like, your fingers fit in it better. It's kind of, and he actually takes, like, a measurement of your finger specifically, and he cuts out the grip specifically to fit you. And he also applies, basically, an electricity element to it that allows it to shock people similar to your electrobaton.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
You also, the necklace, you
Yes.
find that at Val's. She
Yeah.
actually comes to you at one point while you're there. She's like, I have this. It's really special and really, I think it would fit you wonderfully. I just think it matches your skin tone perfectly.
Thank you.
And you buy it from her. She doesn't give
Yeah.
it to you. She's a business.
No, I definitely purchase it.
And it is a necklace with actually it has a physical description of it.
Yeah, necklace of determination.
Yes. Go ahead and read it for what it does.
So it has charges.
Yes.
Which is basically half of my monk level, and it regains at a long rest.
Yeah, regains all in a long rest.
Yeah, so it would have 3 charges right
Yes.
now. And I can spend it. Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, it just has 3 charges.
And you can.
At 5th level, I can do slow fall.
Well, so the charges. You have 3 charges that basically can fill in for focus points. So
Yeah,
if you were
they
to do a
can fill
flurry
in.
of blows, you can then spend a charge instead of a focus point.
Yeah.
Same with patient defense and all that other stuff. And
Yeah.
you have slow fall as a monk, which normally allows you to, if you fall up to a feat of 5 times
Yeah,
your monk
but with
level.
this necklace,
5
it
times your
gives
monk level.
10 times.
Yeah. Now it's 10 times. So you can fall 60 feet
And be fine.
totally fine.
With no damage. You can
no
probably fall
damage.
much, much more.
And hurt yourself, but yes.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
And survive.
and it is a necklace comprised of tiny gray beads that hosts a single pale blue crystal that glows faintly in the center of it. And because this part of your section is kind of that teal, it does actually stand out pretty decently. And it looks very nice.
I'm so
And
glad.
it was very expensive.
I know. But that's okay.
I believe
I have the moolah.
that was
75
it
credits.
as well.
What about the offensive augment?
Oh, that's right. You got an augment, and we
Yeah.
put that, I think, on your clothes because of the level of it. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I'll just say that's also something that she does
Yeah.
to help boost you as a monk.
So
you
I
feel
can
more.
reroll any ones on attack damage.
Yes. So that's Byra's
Oh, my
area.
stuff.
All the things you got.
Me?
Yes.
Little old me. Well, I replaced my armor.
Yes. You went to solo for that.
Yes, I replaced my armor with an advanced level fleximetal fiber armor.
Yeah, she splurged on that.
I hate getting hit all the time because I have such crap AC. So I got that and just basically upped my AC a bit. And then I got some mods put on it. Protective lining and protective plating, both Mark II, which essentially added just like a +1 to my AC. 1 was like a +1 for melee attacks. 1 was a +1 for range attacks.
Yeah.
So now I just have a much higher AC. Hallelujah.
So as you're doing that, Solo's like, oh, you're getting shot at and stabbed a lot? Is that what's going on here?
Oh no. Yes.
I mean,
you
it
can
happens.
put that.
Why would you come to an armor smith if you're not getting shot at? Like,
Yes, I
Put it
am.
bluntly.
I feel I'm getting hurt a little too much to my liking, and there's would like better protection.
I don't like getting stabbed either. I don't like getting hurt. Getting hurt sucks.
See, and I'm just a HoloNet engineer. I'm not
Fair.
used to this kind of stuff,
Yeah.
so
I get it.
I didn't go in really well enough prepared. So
But you know what? We learn. We learn things, right? I'm willing. Yeah, this is
Exactly.
perfect. I'm willing to do all this. This is excellent material, by the way. You're getting here.
thank you. I do appreciate that.
All right. What else do you got?
And then after that, I got goggles of the Tinkerer.
Yes, that's also something you find from their shop.
I get from there too.
Yes.
And so what it gives me is it lets me use my potent aptitude. It gives me a number of charges to use it, so I'm not actually like,
Using potent aptitude.
yeah, I'm not using up all my potent aptitude. So I get charges equal to half my level. So right now I got 3, basically free uses of my potent aptitude, basically like a bardic inspiration.
Yeah.
Put in Star Wars terms, and I can also now use it on myself, which
Yes,
is
you
nice.
can.
Like I couldn't do that before.
Yes, you find that at their shop, and it catches your eye because you're like, hey, these are nice goggles. And you already have goggles, don't you? But these are nicer goggles.
Yeah.
So you're like, this would be very. He's like, yeah, I think that'd be really good for you. It's gonna run you a bit of a pretty penny, but I think that
I've got the money.
I'm sure you do. If you're getting shot at all the time, I'd hope you have the money for it.
And then I also got an extra engineering discipline. I guess that's not really much of a modification. I won't worry about that. Also, I wanted to maybe look at getting something nice for the party when I go to what's her face? I just lost the name. The clothing lady.
This is Val. Yeah.
Val. I knew it was a V, but I couldn't get it.
It's fine.
Would I go to her if I wanted to get something for the party?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay.
She's insulted that you wouldn't think otherwise. That you wouldn't immediately know.
Well, I mean, Miria probably knows. I'm just.
I know. I'm joking.
Yeah. Basically, I want to look because Miria's plan is she's able to disguise herself like she did last time with holographic disguise, and she'll probably look like a Twi'lek again.
Okay.
And I want something very similar to Garza Flip's first outfit.
Okay.
Very fancy. Fancy but discreet.
She loves that idea. Val is all for that idea. she's like,
And Miriam knows nothing about fashion, so she's kind of like, I don't know what to get.
So I'd say she comes up with the other, like maybe like something like this. She's like, I have immediately an idea. I will get on this immediately. This will, if you're going for that outfit, I don't know if you'll be able to wear your armor with it, but
probably not. Or I mean,
let me take a look at it.
I mean, I could probably say it's modified a little
Then again,
bit to like hide
you
it.
can use this if you're using holographic disguise. You can just make that outfit as part of the disguise.
Oh, I didn't know I could do that.
Yeah. So if you're gonna do, you can just make that disguise. So you can still wear your armor. You just look like that.
So I guess she'd probably go to Val, but maybe just look for inspiration, like in her shop, to then just base the disguise or the holographic.
Val was not like that.
Yeah, Val doesn't like that. She's like showing you all these nice outfits, and you decide not to buy any. You're like, oh, okay, fine.
Would it make you feel better if I did buy it?
No, it's fine. If you don't want to buy it, you don't have to buy it. You're fine.
I don't know.
It's totally fine. I'm being serious. Like, yes, I love it when you buy stuff, but at the same time, if you don't want to buy it, you don't have to buy it. I know nothing
about fashion. Now I thought you were the best person to come to for any sort of fashion advice.
I appreciate that so very much. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, if you're just looking for inspiration, maybe a future plan to shop, go right ahead. It's fine. You've already bought plenty from my brother. You know, it's like we get the money. We split the profits. So.
How much for your time?
How much for my time?
Mm-hmm. Finder's fee.
Consulting? It's free, you know, I'm not busy at the moment.
Oh, but I must do something to compensate you,
No,
especially since I'm not buying it.
You've already compensated my brother plenty. This is a shared business, so we've already got plenty of money from you, trust me.
Alright, if you're sure.
I'm sure.
When she turns around, I'm going to discreetly leave 10 credits on the desk.
You're going to really break yourself with that tip, huh?
I don't know how much credits are worth.
You're fine. So yeah, she kind of gives you a bit of a rundown of fashion, I'll say.
Okay.
Is that all you got?
Yes, that's all
right,
for me.
Coda, you bought 3 things.
I want 3 major plasma charges.
Okay, you have Dward's like, you? Alright, I've got some in stock. Is that Irish?
It was borderline.
Very carefully, like, these are incredibly dangerous. Okay.
You're a little too eager.
That's so you pay him 75,000 credits for 3 things.
That's awesome.
All right, well, good seeing you.
And then also the advanced remote detonator.
Yes,
too.
and the advanced remote detonator. And he hands you like, all right.
Although I did spend 85,000.
Do you test it right there?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna full on test to make sure.
You
It's
just
like,
Alright, let's see how this baby works.
It worked very nicely.
All right,
So that's DP's there, and he just doesn't move.
all right, DP, you've got your arms and your motor. What else are you getting?
So improvements to the vibroblade, the armor, and his medium physical shield. The sword is getting a serrated edge for a D4 extra damage.
Okay, bone saw damage.
Bone saw.
In fact, that's what Dward's like. This is like a bone saw. This is gonna be gnarly.
I know there's like electric bread knives.
Yeah, that's literally what this is. It's a vibrating bread knife. That's literally what it is.
It makes sense.
Is the bone saw.
The catalog says this thing can saw through a femur in 28 seconds.
but I cut that in half time.
Yeah. So that, and then a precision grip for increased critical range.
Yep.
The sword, the armor and shield altogether will grant a +1 to armor against all attacks through various features, as well as absorptive 1 and absorptive 3. And I did check on the websites and resources, and they are intended to stack to absorptive 4. And the shield also has a cortosis reinforcement, which is adept at deflecting energy weapons, like
specifically
a lightsaber.
Cortosis is energy, or is a lightsaber resistant metal. So and Dward's like this, or not Dward. This is Soul is like, Well, this is expensive metal you're going for here. That's not easy for me to find, but I can do it.
I am prepared to break the bank.
See that you are.
So when I'm hit with weapons, absorptive means I reduce the damage. So I have absorptive 4 or absorptive 7 in the case of light weapons. Because the cortosis doubles the
So
absorptive
basically,
range of just the one item.
your rogue is your tank right now. Like, he is freaking tanky droid with a bone saw sword. All right. As the pass.
Okay.
Only against weapons, though.
Yeah.
Other effects.
Yeah, other effects. Yeah, still problematic, but as pass.
Okay, so basically, I, except for the disarming mod, I just upgraded my other lightsaber. Because I had all my mods
Yes.
on one lightsaber, so I did a keen mod so I can crit on a...
Yes, and I will say that this does not go to Dward. This is a character I should have prepared before. His name is Master Eska. He is on the other side of the station. He is a Jedi. Yes. He is a Jedi Master who is here, who provides supplies to other Jedi. So he is able to do this for you. He's a very soft-spoken man. He's a human man. He says, yes... And I would say you guys have gone to him before to do this. Like, oh, welcome back. Yes, I certainly provide this for you. It's a dangerous galaxy out there, and I'm willing to help out any Jedi that I can.
Okay.
So
Greatly appreciated.
He does that with your lightsaber, and he's also where you get your gauntlets from.
Okay,
It's a
because I
Jedi
also
equipment
I got on both of them Guardian offensive augments
Yes.
on them, so I got both of those too.
Yes.
Okay. And basically those on for my smite, my force empowered strikes, it ups my dice level. So instead of d8s, I use d10s. And then I get the gauntlets of the warrior.
Yes.
So I get those from him.
What do those do?
Let me read it to you. I will say, basically, it has the description of them. They're basically infinity gauntlets. It literally says they're inlaid with 6 precious stones of varying colors. That's
So,
like
yeah,
basically.
Oh my God.
So basically,
You are Thanos.
Basically,
You're purple too.
I know, I'm Star Wars Thanos. But yeah, they're metallic gauntlets with ornate sweeping symbols and inlaid with 6 precious stones of varying colors. So basically, it has half my level in charges, so it has 3 charges.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore my force empowered strikes, so I can use
so
them
for your
instead of
smites.
force points. So yeah, instead of
So basically
those
for your
for
smites,
yeah. And how do I get them? Oh, if my damage dice is lower than my wisdom, I can just use my wisdom modifier for the damage. So
Cool.
if I roll a 1, I can have 2 or whatever it is. So that.
Yeah.
And then my slipstream kickers.
Yeah.
You're what now?
He basically gets boost of haste.
Oh.
Those you get from Solo. Like,
Okay, that's what I was gonna
those
say.
you get
Those
from
are probably
Solo.
the-
Like, go speedy.
Real nice.
Nice.
I like that they're called kickers, so I just imagine you got like Nikes on or something like that.
Can I get like the stomp ones that light up?
A little light up one.
Instead of clicking your heels together, it's a stomp.
Yeah, I'm like, ooh. But so yeah, basically they're like boots of haste. It like doubles my movement. I get an
Yeah.
extra action.
Yeah.
I get.
Plus 2 to AC.
Let's
Yes.
do the AC. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're pretty
And
nice.
it's dope because level 7 I can run on vertical surfaces. So I can get like
Yeah.
70 feet of movement and run up walls. So
Dang,
And that was all you
yeah,
got.
I'm excited.
That's
Yeah,
all
that
you
was.
got. So
yes.
now we'll go to Spencer. What else did Dex get? And I will say, note that you have disadvantage on saving throws for ion damage.
He just went to the bathroom.
Okay, we'll come back to him. Shayla, Ravri, what are you getting?
Well, she's gonna get something formal for the party.
Yeah. We'll call that 500 credits.
Okay. And I sent you my idea on Pinterest.
Oh, you did? Okay, I'll take a look at it.
I did. And she's also going to get this cowl that will help with her stealth. Basically, she can reroll sneak attack damage. She's got charges for that. And if she's wearing the hood, nobody can see her face unless she allows them to or under certain conditions.
Mm-hmm.
And I have resistance to all damage until the end of my first turn. And then I'm also getting a belt that basically gives me advantage on stealth for when I want to hide.
Yes. So you get the hood, and you get the hood from Val.
Nice.
And you can bring it to her, and she's like, I can certainly do that. And she actually, with Sola, kind of creates that effect where it's shaded, because it's kind of like a mix of cloth and technology. You also get the belt from Sola. It's just one of those set items that they have. He's like, oh yeah, that's a very good one. Imagine you make great use of that. It's not necessarily an invisibility belt, but it kind of warps the light around her to make her more difficult to see.
Same sort of technology as the shield.
Also getting a modification for my vibro blade.
Yes.
That
You go to
changes
Duard.
my sneak attack damage from a D6 to a D8.
Yep. Yeah, so you get that from Duard. Duard's kind of afraid of you guys. He's not, I'm not gonna lie. Duard, you guys are stacking up stuff. He's like, man, you guys are really packed to the teeth.
Don't mess with us.
Alright, is Spencer still there, or is he...
Yes, he's here.
Okay, so Spencer, do note, if you haven't already, you have disadvantage on saving throws for ion damage.
Yep.
Okay. What else is Dex getting?
Dex also got a pair of gloves, or I think the official term is
Van braces,
but yeah, gloves, bracers, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah.
I got those that are going to, that basically kind of just buff up my spell casting and that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then I got an armor chassis prototype upgrade so that I could add a item modification that allows me to do my Ranger's Quarry damage twice a turn instead of once a turn. So that means that I now do 1d12 plus a d4 plus a d6 plus 3 damage on a hit.
Yep. So that would come from, since it's armor modifications, that would come from Sola. Sola's impressed by you guys. Like, he knows you're all kind of in a group, so he's not scared. Duard is scared of all of you, but Sola likes you guys. You guys have spent a lot of money. Like, Duard likes the money you spent at his shop, don't get me wrong. But Sola's like, hey, you guys are kick-ass and you're spending a lot of money in my place. I can respect that. Is that all?
Is that it? That's...
I believe that's it, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
That was it. Besides my cybernetic augmentations.
Yeah.
For
I think so far I've spent the most money though.
Close to it, yeah. Spent a lot of money.
I spent a lot of money.
What were you gonna say, Brent?
For chrome dipped droid parts, would Val be the one, or is that a separate?
That would
vendor?
probably come from Elysia, actually.
Okay.
I mean, I'll run that up to say.
I'm prepared for any price.
10,000 credits.
Yes.
To get you a little shinier.
Shiny. Okay.
Oh.
I'll say it's not like all bright and shiny chrome. It's like
paper up in the rafters.
Accents of it.
Yeah. A little bit of a little bit of customization to it. Makes
You're not
it
going
fun.
full Mandalorian?
Well, even the Mandalorian has like black accents.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, that's the sort of thing.
So, there's that. And Aetoff, what are you getting?
Okay, so I am getting fancy clothes. I sent you a picture on Pinterest of what I imagine my Sith outfit to look like.
Okay.
Simple, but yeah.
But elegant.
But even.
I'm also getting
A lot of Nico, basically.
a circlet of resistance, which has charges in it that kind of heighten my subclass of my class and subclass abilities.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also getting Jedi robes.
Yep.
And then I am getting a Ring of Force storing, which
Nice.
after I get it, I was planning on putting these 3 Force powers in it.
Okay.
Force camouflage, stun, and heal.
Okay.
And then I'm also going to get a what it was. I think it was an average poison.
Yeah, you got an average poison.
And then I also wanted to ask you if I could just get like a simple vibro dagger.
Yeah, you could do that. That's pretty.
You can just have DPs.
Yeah, you
Is
do.
that okay? I
DP
just
does have a
have it.
dagger he doesn't use.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Because I realized that the description of it says it has to be coding a weapon, and I was like, all I have is my lightsaber.
Yeah, you
so...
can't code a light.
Yeah, no.
I just got the poison on the lightsaber.
There is a modification you can add to lightsabers that, for a little bit, turns the damage into fire. Basically, superheating your lightsaber. So yeah, the poison, I'd say you have to ask around. You eventually end up in the cartel bazaar for that.
Jedi.
Exactly. This
You call that poison?
exactly. There's this Hook there who's like, yeah, all right, go ahead. He's a little interested why a Jedi is buying poison, but
It's like a cop just walked in and was like, yeah, can I get some like a
Think about it
popcorn
too
poison
hard.
stuff?
Okay.
I could buy some drugs. Drugs.
but you are vouched for by the
Here for
by
the
the
weeds.
the broker who gave you your bounty. Because the first he's kind of like, I don't know what you're talking about. We don't have any of that stuff. But then the Cathar captain, whose name I don't recall because I don't have the image pulled up in front of me right now. But actually, I will do that.
It was Balana. It was
Squizzy?
Balana, if I remember correctly.
That's exactly.
Squizzy? What? Oh wait, I know where it is. Here it is. Wait, you wrote it down. What was the name?
Balana.
I believe you are correct.
You're correct, sir.
I'm proud of that.
I remember because it's a Star Trek name.
Yeah, Balana. Captain Balana is like, don't worry, she's fine. And so, you get the poison. You also get all the other items from Master Eska, because that's where most of the Jedi stuff comes from. And the ring is made out of a very interesting material, and he says these are very limited, so I would recommend taking care of this. It's very rare you find artifacts that enhance the Force within beings.
I will.
So-
I will be careful with it.
So, now that we are at the end of that, yes,
I actually realized I forgot something.
what did you forget?
I got artificial intelligence installed in my armor.
Right.
What does that do?
Which essentially gives me advantage on ability checks.
It gives her the help action.
Yeah, it gives the help back.
that's cool.
So you have a,
Paul described it as advantage, essentially.
so you now have a little voice that emanates out of your armor that I'm going to have a lot of fun with.
If you've seen
Oh,
Cars
shoot.
3, this is Hamilton.
Never seen Cars 3,
I actually
unfortunately.
have it.
It's Hamilton is like the Siri of Cars.
So
Okay.
just for my understanding, just because the help action is weird to me. In this instance, like how would that work?
I would say depending on what you're using it for, like it basically, because it's an artificial intelligence, basically dives into like any sort of not core memory, but just like a memory core that it has
Inside out.
to like gain access. Like if you're making a lore check, like it basically is diving into its lore memory core, and then if you're making like a nature check, it would dive into like you're basically accessing a database.
Oh, okay.
But it is an artificial intelligence. So eventually, I'm going to come up with a name for it, and it is going
I
to.
don't get the name it? That's fine. No.
Siri.
Yeah, I'm going to come up with a name for it, and
Okay.
it will start speaking to you
Okay.
because it's an artificial intelligence. It's not just a computer core; it is an intelligence. So we're
Yeah,
going to come up with
this
that
is
eventually.
literally installed into my armor.
Yeah. There are little lights in the armor that will like flash when it speaks.
I always get like Tron
It's
vibes.
like an Alexa. Like when you do it, it's a
Yeah.
little glowy. Like
Calculating
Jarvis.
trajectory.
Yeah,
And
basically.
that could help with that
Yeah.
acrobatics check.
So now that we're done with that section, I just kind of wanted to outline what y'all
Right.
have. That way, people know what's happening when things happen.
Like we just picked it up out of the rocks.
Gratis, while there, is basically either constantly on the ship or constantly in disguise whenever he leaves the ship. Eventually does go, secures himself a terminal, and comes back with the good news that he has acquired invitation into it.
Sweet.
And he is content to remain on the starship. He does go out at some other point and buys his own item. Basically a mantle that will enhance his abilities. Basically gives him more use of his special sentinel abilities. And there are, I will say, we'll start with Miria. You have in your possession a lockbox of very import.
Oh,
What
yes.
do you wish to do with it?
I've been meaning to look at that.
Yes.
I would like to try and see if I can get it open.
Okay. Give me 1 second to get.
We
some-
can use our
You can certainly try.
integrated slicers kit.
Yes. So you do have. I believe it is the slicers kit. Let me just go
Yes.
down to it.
I do.
So let me get down to the slicers kit.
Sure, I'm proficient.
Digital security is it's either slicer or security. Let me take a look. Security kit, disarm locks or traps. So this would be a security kit, which you do have.
Do you have
Okay.
one integrated in the ship?
Yes, there's one integrated in the ship. That's part of the. If I'm not mistaken, anyway. That is part of the modification. Let me double check just to be sure.
I remember it having both.
Investigation
so I-
suite, security kit, and slicers kit. So this
Yeah,
would be a
so-
security kit. Are you
Yeah, I'll-
proficient in them?
I believe so, yeah.
Double check for me just to be sure.
I just have them written down. I don't think I.
Should see.
I think I've said yes before.
Okay, I'll trust you on it.
Yeah.
So you would gain.
Expertise.
You gain expertise in it.
Sweet.
While
And
using this.
because this is an ability check, you would gain advantage from your artificial intelligence, and because of that, you can choose to re-roll one of the dice.
Oh, okay.
Let me make sure. Basically, it says when you have advantage on ability. While utilizing any. Oh, never mind. If you already have advantage on the ability check, you can instead re-roll one of the dice once.
Oh,
So this is going to take a couple of checks to see if you can get inside of it. So let's start with the first check.
I'm gonna prepare to open the lockbox and then. Well, I just got it, so I'm going to try it. Try and activate my artificial intelligence.
What do you want?
Is that really what you sound like?
Yes. What do I want?
Do you have a female setting?
Do you have a female? I am called Craven Edge. No.
Almost sound like the ring fit.
Oh my gosh, no.
Oh, the ring.
Not.
Oh gosh.
No, I hate that stupid thing.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to really discuss things with you later. I am trying to open up this very delicate lockbox. Think you can help me out?
Sure. That's what I'm here for. Doesn't mean I have to be happy about it.
Oh boy.
All right, let's take a look at this thing.
Okay, so.
And every time it speaks, like little lights flash.
Okay. Okay.
Try using a hammer.
What am I rolling again?
So roll intelligence plus your proficiency, doubled your proficiency, so plus 6.
Ooh, okay.
And you roll at advantage.
Yes. Okay, so
And then
intelligence.
re-roll them.
She's got
which one
all
you
the
wanna use.
bonuses.
Oh boy.
Or you could roll one.
3 natural ones.
Ooh. Okay.
So you can re-roll one of them if you want, but if you don't want to, it's fine.
I'll re-roll one of them just for kicks. Damn it. Trying to go for that 20, but it didn't
It's
work.
fine.
It kicks back.
So intelligence plus 6.
So that's a 27.
27. All right. So this first lock seems to be a little easier. You get into it. You're able to disable that particular, and yeah, so it's built into the ship. So you've got like this workstation that you can like bring over certain tools, and your snappy artificial intelligence. Actually, that's his name. His name's Snappy.
I was about to say, could that be his name?
His name is Snappy. He kind of directs you and starts. He's like, no, don't touch that. Try this one instead. He doesn't reach
Okay,
out because
okay.
he's just a voice. He just like no.
And I'm like, huh, what?
So you're able to bypass the first security measure, and I'll say that takes a decent chunk of time. I'll say that with your good roll, I'd say it takes half the time, so it'll take about half an hour to get through this particular section. You have 2 more.
2 more checks?
Let's just roll through those. We'll start with the second roll.
Okay. Do I get to re-roll each time?
Each
or
time.
Each time. Oh, okay.
Because every time he's giving you advantage.
Okay. Oh, that was worse. Okay, so that's 24.
24, okay. This one, you're not quite able to access it. And it does trip a security measure. Roll a Constitution saving throw for me.
Oh, shoot.
Constitution saving throw? Oh no.
Oh no, it's almost an 8.
Oh.
But there was a 4.
No, that's a 9.
9. Okay, so you take 8 points of poison damage.
Ah! I don't know what it did. I just.
There's just kind of like this little dispersal of gas. Just and, you take 8 points of poison damage, and it's basically like a phone. It basically is locking you out until the next day.
No.
So you have to try again. So you have to wait till another day.
That's fine.
So in that meantime, I will jump over. Who is next?
Who's my next victim?
Ravri! You need to make contact with someone.
Yeah.
It's about that time.
What?
It's about that time for you to make contact.
It's the
Yeah.
most wonderful time.
Yeah.
So you go, you find yourself a secluded hollow terminal. Are you trying to, are you being sneaky about it, or are you just, walking into a hollow terminal?
I would like to not be seen.
Okay. Roll perception.
Okay.
Okay, roll stealth.
Son of a gun.
I get advantage.
Yeah, those were rolling well.
Are you using your belt?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, good.
Don't you have expertise or something?
I have. That's 29.
Okay, you are pretty well stealthed through Carrick Station. As you make it to the hollow terminal, you can code it, and you send your message out to Watcher 4, who greets you. Agent, wonderful to spend some time. I hope you have a good update for me.
Yes.
You seem uncertain.
Well, we managed to find Raymond Black's lab and find what it is he was working on with the Rackools.
I see, very interesting. Was it as we suspected, or have you yet to confirm that?
I've not been able to confirm it just yet, but based on the lockbox we found, it seems to be what we suspected.
I see. Well, that is very interesting. I assume you are going to attempt to procure this item for the Empire?
Yes, it's going to be a little difficult, but I will do what I can.
It might be useful to have, so I would imagine the best from you.
Don't you always?
Of course I do. Wouldn't be a very good intelligence agency without it.
She hangs up.
Is there anything else you wish to report?
We might have a confrontation with Raymond Black.
I
Very
see.
soon.
And what makes you believe that?
I mean, we do have his lockbox. I don't imagine he would like to have it out of his possession for very long.
I am sure. He could always make another one, but to have it in enemy hands wouldn't be very preferable. But I'm sure it will prove useful. Raymond Black is not necessarily an asset to Imperial intelligence, so if it came to an unfortunate confrontation, you do not need to worry about sparing his life. His experiments will do better for us once he is dead.
Good to know.
Yes. Anything else to report, Agent?
At the moment, no.
Well, keep up the excellent work. Loyalty be rewarded. And before you respond, do you remember what Sena said?
Yep.
You have the words of Saint Azal echoing in your head, that there is a phrase repeating in your memory. Do you answer?
No.
Roll a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, boy.
What? Oh no!
Wait, I missed something. Why is she rolling like this?
Because she chose not to respond to the phrase.
I'm not good at these, you guys.
The Winter Soldier passphrases.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Don't throw it out of the dice tree.
Oh gosh,
Mission report, December 16, 1981.
I killed a guy.
If you have inspiration, now's the time.
I do. Yeah, you should use your inspiration.
Music.
My inspiration. Watch your roll worse.
And you know what? Actually, hang on. I will say, roll at advantage as you feel something in the words of Sena that is emboldening you.
Okay, just re-roll your first one and then go from it. Okay. Because you didn't roll either at an advantage, so just go from there.
It's exactly the same.
That's a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Okay.
Jeez.
I heard
That was a lot of
I heard
dice.
at least 2.
Yeah, I heard. I think I
Okay.
heard 4.
So you
I heard
take.
five.
It was 6.
So you choose not to respond, and you feel this pain in your head. Take 7 points of psychic damage as you are feeling this. You feel the urge to say it, but you reject it, and it is something inherent in you. And you suddenly realize that this is not simply just a sign-off or a code phrase. This is something that has been drilled into your head at a psychological level, at a brainwashing level. And you choose not to respond, and you feel this pain in your head, not as bad as it could have been. But as you don't respond, his snake-like demeanor sours instantly. Like, how unfortunate. It appears it's not as foolproof as I'd been led to believe. Well, I suppose we have to do something about this insubordination, won't we? And he cuts off the communication.
She drops to her knees and pukes.
Ooh. Alright.
Hello, or Robbie.
What did Spencer say?
I don't know.
Shayla or Robert?
Oh boy.
And she said both.
So, while you recover from that...
She'll just like shakily make her way back to the ship and just like sit down on the bed and freak out for a minute.
Okay.
The next person needs that calm station.
Oh God!
There's a cleaning lady.
Yeah, I'm not cleaning that up.
It's above my pay.
It's the gal from Sweet Life.
So,
I'm not cleaning that up.
so that happens, and we'll get to the fallout of that in a minute. Actually, how early do you do that? Do you do it like immediately when you're at the station, or do you wait a few days?
I'll wait like to the last possible moment.
So towards the end of the 27 days.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's reverse time. Byra.
Yeah.
3 days into this whole
3.
stay here at Carrick Station,
Mm-hmm.
you find yourself asleep, and suddenly, well, not suddenly, but very gradually, you find yourself standing in a vast starscape. You feel your feet find no purchase on ground or floor, and yet you are standing. Nothing beneath you. You can feel something, but no ground, just more stars. And in the expanse around you, you hear faint voices echoing. You can't quite make them out. They're just very distant. If you wish, you can try to make out what they're saying, but
Sure.
okay.
Try.
Roll a perception check.
Space.
Cookie! Spaceship! Oh no.
That's a 14.
14. Okay. You still can't quite make out what they're. You can make out different types of voices.
That's fine.
Female, male, some that are more sinister, some that speak in almost a backwards manner, with a raspy voice, but you still can't make it out. And then directly ahead of you, you can see one of the stars in front of you start to flicker, and it starts to change hue from a faint white to crimson, and it starts to grow, as if drawing closer to you. and then just stops in what you can discern as a short ways ahead of you. What do you do?
Like, this light is just coming towards me.
It's coming towards you, and then it just stops. And you can, like, it starts off as like a star, but kind of like, you know, like in Infinity War, when he's like, when he summons the Mind Stone, where it's like it's a star, but then it's there. Like, you can discern it has gotten closer to you, but it's not like, you know, it's not like an actual sun in front of you. It's just this light.
It's like, ah!
It's crimson light.
It's just a light. There's no
You can-
silhouette.
You can discern there's something in the light, something emanating out the light. It appears to be small-ish.
Small-ish.
And with that perception check, I would say you can actually tell it is, it appears to be the case that is currently in your investigation suite.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. It's just floating there in front of you.
Hers?
Yeah, the one.
I don't know it's hers.
Well, it's not hers. It's the one you took from
Oh,
the lab.
that's
You've definitely
right.
seen it.
Yeah, you've seen it. You definitely know this.
I'm
thing.
just working on it.
Yeah.
Gonna try again tomorrow.
Yep.
I'll go towards it.
Okay. Move closer, and as you
Slowly.
step, you see start flashes from beneath your feet. You look down, and light will ripple out from your footsteps as if like water. And every time you step, there's a deep tolling like a bell, and you hear, and a voice will echo out from it, but just faint. You still can't make out from it, just like saying different things that you still can't quite tell.
What?
You move closer to the red light, and you can see the case that you took from Raymond Black's lab, and it starts to, so the different locks open, and it disengage, and the case opens, and out floats this strange shape that appears to be the body. It's definitely metallic. It's an item. It seems to have this sort of rounded and then pointed body of an insect with 6 arms coming out from it, 3 curving up and 3 curving down. Lights like
scarab?
eye, sort of scarab shaped, but kind of rounded and pointed, more like a kind of like the body shape of a butterfly, maybe a little stumpier, and then has 2 pincers at the top with lights kind of forming around it, almost like eyes. It's floating there, and it hums deeply like a large power core. And as you go closer, it grows louder and louder, and the bright red light grows brighter and brighter, starting to engulf you. What do you do?
I try to get away from it as much as possible.
Okay, roll.
I'm going to run.
Roll a
away.
strength saving.
Strength?
Yeah, strength save.
Strongs. Strong save.
Very top.
Sorry, I lost.
No, you're good.
track
Very
of-
top.
I was just. Oh yes. That's a 17 plus 5.
17 plus 5, 22. Okay. You're able to back away from it, but as you keep running, it just seems to keep following you. And it just keeps growing brighter, filling this expanse. And you feel as though you're not going to outrun this. But perhaps you can stop it.
Okay. I don't think there's anything.
Hit it with the chair.
I just make up an imaginary chair. Hit it.
This is your dream.
Yeah.
It's your dream, kid.
Dragon Prince. Okay. I don't know. Can I hit it with something?
Yeah, you do notice that you seem to have all your stuff on.
I do.
You'd like to. You
Okay.
hit it.
I hit it with my tech blade.
Okay, you take out your tech blade and you run towards it, back into it. Roll an attack roll.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Strike me if you dare.
Oh man. I rolled a 4.
Plus, what? What's plus 9?
It's
7.
Well, she
plus,
has bonus.
plus 9, so 13.
Yeah, you hit.
I hit it?
Yes, and don't worry about rolling damage. So you take your tech blade out and you stab into it, just kind of square in the big bulbous head, and it's and the light subsides, and you hear a voice behind you. Clear. You can understand it. It's a woman's voice. It says your name. You turn to face it, and you see standing on the invisible path before you a figure you've seen before, wearing white Jedi-like robes, white hair. This is the figure you've seen before, identified by Saint Azalo as Mitra Surik. Her hands are folded solemnly at her front, and all of a sudden the starscape starts to shift. The stars reel overhead, and you start to move through this expanse, and eventually you see a small dot start to grow and enlarge, and you come face to face with a planet. Mitra Surik still standing next to it, kind of looking solemnly towards it, and it is this gray, dead world. And your connection to the Majna, which is more unique in the sense that you can feel the life energy from planets itself. This planet is dead.
Yeah, I was gonna say
In
it's gray.
an eerie, cold, empty sense. There is a void. I would say that you could understand that planets that don't have much life on it might still hold some connection. This has no connection. Sorry, I'm just checking my notes. And your vision shifts again. Suddenly you're on the surface of the planet. Several large cracks fill this planet's surface. It appears that some sort of large cataclysm appeared here, and Mitra Surik is standing at the edge of a precipice that drops down further. And you see a similar, not the same hue, but a similar red light emanating from within.
The planet?
Yeah, from within this precipice. What do you do?
The light's just at the bottom?
So she's standing. You can't quite see down this precipice, but you can see that there is a light coming from within.
Can I try and talk to her?
What are you saying?
Do you know what's down there?
She looks back and says, "Only what to take with you."
That's vague. Okay. How do I get down there?
She kind of gestures, because you're standing a ways off. She kind of gestures to next to her as if we'll come here.
Okay. I'll walk towards her.
Okay. You walk towards her, and you see down that there's this, appears to be this large cavern. It's this empty. Make another perception check for me.
Yes. That's a natural 19.
Natural 19 plus, what's your...
Plus 7.
Okay. So you look down and you can see that this large expanse, you can see what appears to be small structures. And where this light is coming from is at the top of this large pyramid structure. And it is glowing. It is a similar red, but it is a different red. And you can sense a darkness coming from it. But within that red light, you see a small white light. Tiny. Somehow beautiful among this darkness. You can feel it. You can feel some sort of pull to you. And you notice also that it is just a drop. That does not appear to be a way down, as if where this precipice is, it's not a cliff. It's almost as if that there's ground and then nothingness. Like you're standing on top of what could just break beneath your feet and drop you down into it. You feel it pulling to you. This white light from within the red. Make an insight check.
That is... Oh, I can't math right now. 21.
21. Okay. It's a familiar presence. One you haven't felt in a long time.
The white light?
The white light seems to have a familiar presence, one you haven't felt in a few years. appears to be calling to you.
Yeah. Did we ever get rope? Did we get it?
You don't have. You have like your. You
I
have
just
like
have
your
my
weapons and
weapons.
stuff. You don't have your pack. Just kind of your personal.
Well,
Yeah.
considering I got my new stuff, I could probably drop.
You dropping down?
Don't look at me like that. Like there's no like. There's nothing. It's just like
Nothing.
completely
Complete
just
straight drop down.
The hollow earth theory is correct.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just yell down there like, "Hello!
Okay. you
How do
go
I
down.
get down to you?" Thank you.
You just hear a response. It just says. It just of another female voice, one you are familiar with, that goes back saying, "Find me." And the vision ends. You wake up the next morning.
I'm just sobbing.
As to pay us.
Crap. I was not.
Surprise! That shouting made my phone take a screenshot. I don't know.
My body just took a screenshot when Austin said my name.
It probably shook the phone.
So, I do believe at one point there was a conversation you wanted to have with somebody. Potentially.
Gratis.
If you wanted to. Do you want to have it?
Very good.
I'll talk to him.
Okay. So, early on, he's mostly hanging out on board the ship. Still obscuring his presence. He still looks like himself on board the ship. But you come to him. He says, Padawan Asdapeus, to what do I owe the pleasure of your company? And also you've noticed, he set up a hammock. Kind of strung between two of the corners of the
I love it.
of the cargo hold.
Alright, dude. Someone's chill.
He kind of disembarks the hammock. Hang on. Very gracefully.
His face plants.
I wanted to see if it would.
That'd be hilarious.
It's a hammock.
Oh gosh!
It's a hammock.
Good
Even the most
hammocks are like-
dexterous of individual has trouble getting out
Oh,
of a
they
hammock.
suck to get out of.
He glides.
Out of hammock. Someone gets caught in it.
Oh, to what do I owe the... Oh!
No, he gets out of it pretty
Oops.
easily.
Are you comfortable here? Is everything?
As much as one can be in the cargo hold. As you can see, I've made accommodations.
No, I can see. I see. Just wanted to make sure.
Yes, I am doing all right. Is this just a checkup?
I mean,
Oh, sorry. You're okay.
kind of.
Kind of.
You did well in that fight.
Well, as I told you, I am a warrior of some capability.
I can see. I can tell, and I greatly appreciate it.
Of course.
But I wasn't expecting it.
That I am a good fighter. I'm feeling a little offended.
No. You used the Force to help many of us out, including myself.
Yes.
That was not what I expected.
I can understand that, yes. The nature of the Sith and the dark side, as you would understand it, is that it takes, it never gives. I am of a unique variety among my peers. Because of mine and my master's insight into our unfortunately fragile culture, I have taken to emboldening my allies rather than tearing down my foes. I believe unity is the Sith's only way forward, and I will do whatever I can to help my allies and to embolden them so that they may see me as worthwhile, not as a potential adversary. But yes, I have dabbled in the ways of the light for that nature, because there are simply no teachings of powers in the Sith that allow me to do that.
You've dabbled in the light.
Specifically for this purpose, yes, with my own unique spin on it.
Yes, I felt more empowered than anything.
Yes. You haven't even seen me at my best.
Now I'm intrigued.
Once we get into a more dire circumstance, it will become a little more apparent. I have dabbled in battle meditation. It is extremely helpful to my allies and dangerous to my enemies. But I have to be relatively close to my allies and enemies physically in order to use it.
Oh, that makes sense.
Within 5 feet, according to the rule set.
Hello.
So you call yourself a Sith,
Well, I've been trained as one, yes.
but you don't seem to be much appreciative of them.
I don't appreciate Sith culture. The Sith code, I am greatly a believer in the Sith code. Its proper interpretation, anyway, not some of the drabble other Sith spout. I am devout to the teachings and the code, and what it stands for, not to the culture of empowering oneself at the expense of another.
Do you feel that's where it's been going? Because that's what I was always told that it should be.
Empowering oneself at the expense of another, are you asking if that is the nature of the Sith code or the Sith culture?
I guess both.
The Sith code, no. The Sith code is about freedom and mastery over oneself. The Sith culture, unfortunately, has become that because we say, through passion I gain strength, that passion means to indulge one's every whim, and not to exercise discipline over one's emotions. One must bridle their passions, not unleash them. Too many Sith become slaves to their emotions and are easily manipulated because of it, and they indulge themselves at the expense of their masters or their allies, whereas my master and I intend on a unified empire. If Zamalin's mission had managed to destabilize the entire Sith political structure, it would have been a power vacuum, civil war that would have destroyed us from within. All the Republic would do is mop up what was left. With a unified, single-minded goal of the Empire, such an unfortunate outcome would be impossible.
I kind of sit there for a minute just thinking. It's not the answer I expected from a Sith.
Again, I am an unusual specimen among them. However, it was my unusual mastery over myself that attracted the attention of Darth Maul, whereas my fellow acolytes simply indulged every sense and emotion that came to them. I was practiced. I knew when to use my emotions and how, so that they do not get the best of me.
That seems more like something a Jedi would live with, is to have control over one's emotions.
That is where you and I will differ on opinions. Jedi teach suppression, not acceptance, not discipline. I use my emotions, do not get me wrong, but I know when. The Jedi teach to ignore them. They teach there is no emotion, there is peace. Finding one's own personal enlightenment at the expense of natural given emotions. This is why the Sith say peace is a lie. The Jedi's idea of peace comes from an unnatural sense of suppressing that which was given to you at birth. Their form of peace is impossible. And as a peacekeeper, I would say empathizing with the emotions of those you are keeping the peace for is far more important than your own personal sense of calm and composure. I apologize if my words are offensive to you, but it is simply my opinion.
He's just gonna nod, he's not gonna say anything.
Okay. It is a simple case that The proper interpretation of the Sith Code is about freedom from lies and deceptions, also while mastering one's own self. To deny that which is given to you is to not master yourself, but to understand yourself allows you strength. And through that strength you gain power, not just power in the Force, but power over those who would do you harm. Through power you gain victory. They cannot manipulate me because I will not allow them to. And through victory my chains are broken. I am free. My own self. I decide my destiny, and the Force has set me free.
Does he seem like... I don't know. Does he seem like upset, like angry at like how things have gone, or does he seem like
Roll insight.
passionate?
Roll
Does he
insight.
seem...
Roll insight.
Alright. 27.
7, okay. Remind me, what was that like kind of other naturally sense we gave you? She's got like temperature. What was yours again? Was it just like intuition?
Mine is emotions.
Okay, it's kind of
Mine's
emotion.
like, yeah, like...
You feel there is a seated there is like a seated dislike of the Jedi, but it is definitely something more than just the you are taught to hate Jedi, so you will hate Jedi sort of hate. There appears to be some sort of some cause for it, but at the same time, most of the predominant emotion you feel is a passion, but it is a controlled state. And you can sense this man knows what he's talking. He says he knows how to control his emotions. He's like reining it in. He knows not to get too fanatical about it, and it is something that he believes with all his heart is true. And he is speaking as if somebody who has experienced it, not something that has been taught.
You're very adamant about this.
It is a learned experience I've had through my time before being Sith and during my training. My experience in the Empire has shaped my viewpoints. I will not say I was always the man I am now, but Gratis is who I am now, and it is who I choose to be. Can you say the same, Padawan?
Oh, snap!
Lindsay did this.
I'm not sure.
Well, perhaps it is time to examine yourself, then. The path you are on is yours to choose. I believe in the freedom that comes through rejecting and shaking off your chains. Whatever those chains may be that bind you down, you must break them to discover your true potential. Now, for my insight, how much does this ring with Aztepeus?
Roll insight.
Roll insight check. No, I mean...
1. Natural 1.
It doesn't at all.
I rolled a natural 1.
What are we talking about again?
What are we talking about?
Basically...
I zoned out there on that.
Because Aztepeus is still kind of the young Padawan.
Yeah.
He's been basically taught
Mm-hmm.
the Sith are bad. You know, just the
Yeah.
Jedi normal.
Yeah.
So it's basically he's having existential mode.
Mm-hmm.
That's basically what's
Okay.
going on with
Like
him. He's
Doctor
kind of
Strange.
just like he's getting more quiet. He's kind of just like...
Mm-hmm. And yeah, all right. Do you end the conversation, or do you press a little more? Like, how's this go?
He's just gonna stay quiet after that.
Okay. Gratis will just ease off a little bit, return back to what he was doing.
Swinging in a hammock.
Yeah, just lying in a hammock.
So Aztepeus is gonna get up and start to leave,
Mm-hmm.
and he's just gonna stop at the door not turn around. He's just gonna be like, "Do you have problems with me and Aetov?"
Personally, no. And as Jedi, no. I believe you are doing what needs to be done. But if I had advice, I would say to search yourself. And to decide if this is the path you wish to follow. I had to do the same once. I chose this life, and I will continue to choose it as long as I have good reason to. That is all any of us can do.
He'll just kind of nod and walk off.
Alright. Later that night, as you drift off to sleep.
Oh, crap.
Oh, wait, no. No. Not yet. Not yet.
Okay. Not yet.
Several days into this whole thing, you notice, as you're out about getting modifications and stuff like that, you notice the fleet has returned. Missing some ships. And there appears to be very, and I'm not going to have a real perception for this because very prominent battle scarring on several of them, including the Telos. But the Telos is back. And on this day, I'll say it's about 5 days in, Barrga, Asdepeus, Aetov, and Gratis. Once the fleet drops back out of hyperspace, you feel something. Like, something very powerful has just arrived. But it's not like, anything really powerful has potential to be dangerous, but it's not like, oh crap, the Emperor's here. But you feel something.
Like an earthquake.
An almost unnerving, but also quite calming presence.
In the background, you hear. Dur, dur, dur.
Nope.
No.
Not actually. It has its own theme song. So you see the fleet has returned. And you hear there's a holonet broadcast that goes out in the station and mentions how Master Oteg has returned. And you've actually would have heard from one of the holonets, or from one of the broadcasts on the station, that Master Oteg took most of the fleet on a secret operation. One that gives you a sort of lingering feeling of worry and trepidation relating to that vision you had on Terrace, if you remember that. What do you do now that you see that Oteg is back? Or at least that the Telos is back?
I'm gonna go find a ship.
Okay. So, you have to basically get a small shuttle to go over to Telos, but you're actually stopped for a little bit, and eventually they're like, okay, we'll let you on board. They know who you are, but it's like, Master Oteg has requested to be left alone. I will actually ask, for Barrga and Aetov, do you act upon this presence arriving?
Yes.
Okay.
I
Definitely.
Okay.
I would definitely freak out and be like, what?
I would say it leads you all together in the same place. And you can sense it. It's coming from the Telos.
Is Gratis with us as well?
Gratis has stayed behind.
Okay.
Doesn't need that kind of heat.
No. So are you all going to go over to the Telos?
Yes.
Okay. So you eventually are permitted onto a shuttle to board the Telos, and you get there and you see that there are a lot of wounded on the ship. This thing just came out of a fight. You follow this feeling of something strong. You move up to the bridge towards Master Oteg's office, and he meets you outside, almost expectantly. Like, he kind of walks out and looks directly in your direction. And Aetov, I'd say you know of Master Oteg, but Barrga, this is the first time you've ever encountered such a creature. He's short, very short.
Short like Coda?
Shorter.
Shorter?
He's got a nice round, wrinkly head, big pointy ears, little male pattern baldness hair around the back, 3 fingers, wearing a simple brown, almost robe, sort of similar to a monk robe, kind of just like nothing long and flowy.
Oh.
He looks like Yoda.
Yeah.
Basically. He's like, Padawan. Wait, hang on, gotta get in my Oteg voice. Hello, my friend. Sorry. Padawan, you have returned. How wonderful to see you. And Padawan Aetov, and I do not know you.
My name's Barrga.
Oh, pleasure to meet you. I am Take. Forgive me for not shaking hands. My hospitality outextends my reach.
I just kind of laugh and reach out my hand.
That's so cute. Something amazing has culminated in your absence, Padawan. Ow. You must have sensed it.
We all felt something, which is why we're all here.
You have a connection to the Force. Oh, very interesting. Well, not a Jedi.
No.
Very curious. Well, I believe introductions are in order. Allow me.
And the door opens behind him, and standing inside is a robed figure, with a robe belted around the waist. He's kind of large-ish, sort of like fur. I don't know what to call them. Not like a lining.
Collar?
Sort of like a collar that goes up and around the back. He's got a hood down. This man, it's a man, human man, turns around, and you can see he's got sort of long-ish brown hair, kind of unkempt. And on his face are several scars and has cheekbones on his skull that appear to be almost like puncture wounds of somebody inserting diodes into his skull.
Ew.
And a very, very powerful presence. Would you mind getting me some more water?
All these voices,
Since
I'm
you're
doing
not-
them. I'm doing them on my throat.
So, exactly. So,
Keep hydrated.
he says, I didn't know I'd be meeting more people today, but I suppose now's as good a time as any to get caught up with the population, I suppose. He speaks with authority. He says, and actually, Otake speaks up, this is my Padawan, Asdepeus, and this is the Padawan of our Jedi historian, Aetof, and this is their friend named Barrga. He says, a pleasure to meet you all. You would know me historically as Revan. And you two Jedi know who this guy is. You don't. You basically don't.
Nope.
Because you're isolated from all this.
Yeah.
This is the man who Darth Malak destroyed Terrace looking for. You were on the Endar Spire. This is the ship he was on. This man should be dead. This man is 300 years old, yet he looks, despite the fact that he's malnourished, has scars on his face and unkempt hair, looks pretty good for a dead guy.
You flip and fly.
Pretty fly for a dead guy.
Says, I owe your master my life, and apparently the life of my former general, Mitra Surik, who apparently... Did you hear that?
What?
Sorry.
She was talking to me,
This is something
sorry.
for you to hear. Says, I owe your master my life, and apparently to my fallen comrade, Mitra Surik. She was visiting him from beyond the grave, unable to find peace. I hope now perhaps she can find some measure of peace.
Excuse me?
About what?
Mitra Surik?
Yes. Known as the Jedi Exile. You know of her?
She's been in my visions and my dreams?
He looks at you very curiously. How very interesting. I do not recall her having very many interactions with members of your species. Perhaps there's a reason for it. What have you seen in these visions?
I'll just relay.
Okay, so you
what I've
relay
been-
the vision.
Yeah.
Very interesting. The device you speak of, would Revan know that? I would say he wouldn't. But when you get to the planet, he kind of sours almost. I know that place. The location you speak of, the structure you speak of, I do not recognize, but that is undoubtedly Malachor.
Malachor?
Yes. It appears there's something on Malachor waiting for you. But I would
There's
advise...
definitely something waiting for me, alright.
I would advise great caution. Malachor is a dead world, a wound in the Force. It is dangerous and unpredictable. There's a reason Jedi don't go there.
Well, I'm no Jedi.
Have I heard of Malachor?
I would say yeah. Malachor, for both of you, is pretty easy to recall, especially in the presence of Revan. Malachor was the site of the final defeat of the Mandalorians.
Specifically Malachor 5.
Well, it's weird because it doesn't list Malachor 5 as a moon in the Malachor system. It lists it as a planet. It wouldn't. It's interesting, but the site of the defeat of the Mandalorians, Revan, Michosurek, and Malak fought against the Mandalorians as Jedi, destroyed the planet of Malachor. In the Jedi don't talk about the specifics of it, but they destroyed it, defeated the Mandalorians, and then that's where Revan, Malak, and Michosurek has disappeared. They also defied the Jedi Order's council, or the Jedi Council's orders, to commence this war. It's a place Jedi don't talk about. It's a place Jedi don't go to. It is a bad place.
Didn't it also happen like
Hey,
hundreds of years ago?
Austin, can I do a vibe check on Revan?
What for?
Well, first I want to see what his aura is.
So his aura is a very pure yellow, with tinges of that silver you see around the Zalos.
Okay. And then does he appear to have any kind of, I don't know, anything not altruistic or good, like altruistic in nature about him, about what he's saying? And
roll an insight check. Roll an insight check.
Yeah. Let's roll an insight check. That's a 9.
Can't really tell. This is a man 300 years out of his time. You're a little shell-shocked in his breath. And he's legendary. Like, Revan, he's legendary.
So so the context of what we know about him is that he was supposed to be dead on Malachor.
Well, so no, not dead on Malachor. So I will explain further history of Revan.
Okay.
Revan and Malak, after the destruction of Malachor, disappeared for a couple of years, and then they came back as Darth Revan and Darth Malak, having discovered the Star Forge, an ancient civilization technology that could basically create starships out of basically nothing. And they used it to wage war on the Jedi. Malak betrayed Revan. Revan lost his memory. The Jedi Council erased his memory, basically, tried to rehabilitate him into the Jedi. He fell in love with Bastila Shan, who has the same last name as your current Grand Master, by the way. I actually think it is known that she is the descendant of Revan and Bastila. I think it is known, but not really talked about, that two very prominent Jedi had a baby who eventually had more babies that eventually became their Grand Master. The Jedi don't like to talk about that. So Revan was able to defeat Darth Malak, redeemed himself, and then disappeared into unknown space, and was presumed dead after that.
Shoot.
Okay.
So all of this has already happened.
This is
300
300 years ago.
Okay, I just want to double check.
And the destruction of Terrace was caused not really because of Revan, because of Bastila. Bastila and Revan both crashed to Terrace, and Malak destroyed the planet, trying to keep them from escaping.
Okay.
Okay.
So this is all kind of coming full freaking circle for you guys. So you just kind of... So he says...
To say...
I'm in quite a shock.
I'm
right now.
just like...
What can I
excuse
say?
So...
If I was in full historian mode right now, I'd be like, I need to know everything about your life because you are like a legend. But Aetoff is just like in shock. She doesn't even know what to say.
Revan does explain a little more. He's like, I was betrayed. I went to hunt... let me rewind a little bit. He says, I went in search of the Sith Emperor. Malak and I discovered the Empire 300 years ago, but we were corrupted. by our desire for dominance, for conquest, and the Emperor turned us. After I was redeemed, you could say, I went in search of the Emperor, and I almost defeated him. I was reborn, having realized the Force is more than just light or dark. My time as the Jedi Revan, as Darth Revan, and once again as a rehabilitated man, I realized there's more to it, there's more complex problems. I embrace both sides as much as I can. I know that may not seem as good philosophy among the Jedi, but I nevertheless have. I was betrayed and imprisoned by the Emperor. I've been trying for 300 years to keep him at bay, but he's far too powerful now. Oteg and I will set out to Tython soon to discuss the means by which I can defeat him and end this war. However, it is something I must do alone. Hope you understand, Master Oteg. Master Oteg says, I wish you could accept my request for help, but if you insist, I can do nothing of it. I would offer any wisdom I could, if you wish.
How are you still alive after 300 years of being essentially tortured, from what I'm understanding?
Yes, the Emperor kept me alive, using me as a sort of conduit to influence the Jedi. But I was using him. I came up with the idea of the Treaty of Coruscant, you could say. I managed to stave off his bloodlust for a while. He would have destroyed Coruscant entirely, but I managed to convince him otherwise. However, he's too powerful now, and I would have lost my strength, at least according to Master Surik. So now I aim to stop him once and for all, to do what I should have done 300 years ago.
Well, we're glad that you're still alive.
I appreciate that. But it is strange to wake up in a new time, new faces. Everyone you know and love dear is gone. Especially after you just left them.
It's really sad.
So, what's the name of as business master again?
Oteg. O-T-E-G.
Okay. I'm going to turn to him and say, Master Oteg, how is it that this is happening right now? How did you find him?
The spirit. I was receiving visitations from a spirit. The spirit of Mitra Surik, it turns out. She told me of his imprisonment and of a way of which to free him. I kept it secret so as not to let the information get out that we were on the Emperor's trail. We launched an operation a few days ago and went in search of a means by which to rescue him. My strike team managed to kill Grand Moff Rikus Kilrin and free Revan. Grand Moff Kilrin, you would know, is the Butcher of Coruscant. He was one of the leading men in charge of the sacking of Coruscant 10 years ago. He's a very bad man, but now he's dead.
Oh gosh.
So we have the spirit of his friend to thank for his rescue.
Wow.
I'm going to turn to Revan again and say, though you have found yourself to embrace both sides of the Force, do you find yourself to be aligned with the Jedi?
As of now, let me rephrase that. The Emperor is a threat to the galaxy, including the Jedi. Right now, my only goal is to finish what I started. And if the Empire will stand in my way of that, then I will do what I need to ensure the galaxy is safe.
Basically, screw them.
The Emperor's goal is dangerous, disturbing, and I have to stop it.
Atok's just kind of in shock. She doesn't really know what to say at this point.
That's fair.
Oteg eventually will say, well, we only needed to stop here for a short time before we return to Tython, so we have pressing matters, and you have your mission, Padawan. Perhaps we should let you return to it.
We can return to it. We have time here, but we don't want to interrupt in your orders, of course.
Time is of the essence. Continue. May the force be with you all.
Thank you.
Before they leave, he's going to bow and just say, Master, please stay safe.
Of course. I appreciate your concern. But do not worry about me. I will be fine. Because the players chose the light side option. And in the game, if you choose a dark side option, Oteg dies.
No.
The canon version is the light side option.
Oteg, no!
I'm going to just kind of give them a half nod, bow, and turn to leave.
Okay. So you all leave the Telos. Escapades. Later that night.
Okay.
You, in your sleep, also find yourself in a vast starscape, similar to what Barrga described to Revan. No ground beneath your feet. As you stand, you eventually see something form out of the void around you, in front of you. A dark, robed, hooded figure. No light illuminates.
Meet your Sarlacc! No, I'm just kidding.
You cannot see their face, though you could try to see it if you wanted.
I'll try to see it.
Okay, roll a perception check.
Got your hat away.
That's a 13.
13, you can't make it out. The general, I'd say you could say it's a male body build, but can't really see. They stand there, and they gesture to your right. And you look and you see that just floating there in the expanse is a fountain. It appears to be like part of an ancient ruin or something, because there's a wall behind it, and it empties into a pool that just waterfalls out down into the abyss. And you see represented in this fountain depictions of the Jedi. You can through your intuition, through emotion and things of that nature, you can sense the meaning behind these interpretations carved in stone. You can see their compassion, their dedication, their loyalty to their cause, their goodness of heart. You can even see their history depicted, bringing in on large ships Force sensitives from around the galaxy, building the first Jedi temple, which is now lost. In this observation, you think of Master Oteg, his kind heart. Even though he's lived through the horrors of war, he still is a kind man. But you also see depicted their flaws, their narrow-minded dogma, as Gratis said, their strict adherence to a code that perhaps may not be what's best. You see their inflexibility, sometimes their indifference, and even, paradoxically enough, their fear of the dark side. This figure in front of you gestures to your left, and you see a similar fountain cascading off into the darkness, and you see depictions of the Sith. You can see their history, born of the frustrations and limitations of the Jedi Order. They're traveling to Tython, adopting the name Sith, the building of the Valley of the Dark Lords, their rulers, their exile, their reemergence on from Dromund Kaas. You see their desire to use the Force to either advance themselves or perhaps even to save the ones they love. You see their desire for freedom, for self-exploration, for power. But you also see their flaws. Self-indulgence, cruelty, lack of discipline, greed, the potential fall that they have from that grace. The figure in front of you turns and gestures behind themselves. the path ahead of you, and you see you were standing on nothing, but now you see a thin gray path that spreads out before you, and this figure steps off to the side of it. And you see it stretch out into the stars, and eventually it branches out into two, and then into more. Some of them lead directly into the path of stars, some snake between them. In this moment, you feel... Also, I will say, you notice that there is a branch that leads towards the fountain to your right, and another that leads to the fountain on your left. What do you do in this moment?
Which one?
He'll wait a moment, and then he's gonna yell out, say, "Who are you?"
Roll a persuasion with your negative.
I'm proficient. I have a +1.
Okay.
Natural 20.
Yes!
Nice!
This is
All
how
right.
we do it.
DC 13.
We only
Oh my god.
DC 22. No, I'm kidding.
Call for a roll.
Well done.
Possible.
The figure centers itself on the path again, and removes its hood, and you see before you. Yes, actually,
Oh shoot!
Oh my god!
Excuse me.
You ruined it!
yourself, just mirrored. No inclination, like they're dark, and the robes are dark, but it's not Sith. There's no inclination of darkness or light or anything, just a reflection of yourself.
Can I get closer?
Yes, you can. You draw closer,
This is giving me Dragon Prince vibes here.
and
I don't like it.
it's eventually it speaks to you and says, "The path is yours to choose.
This is Dragon Prince.
This is Dragon Prince's fire.
This is Star Wars.
I knew it! I totally knew it!
But it's up to you to choose. No one else can choose it for you."
Your path is already made. It's already dead.
It's a copyright violation.
Do I have my lightsaber on me?
You look, and yes, you do.
You gonna slice yourself in half?
Seems rather.
Yeah. I was just curious. No, I honestly was just wondering. I'm not.
That's future me. F that guy.
Or past me. Yeah, that guy too.
It's all versions of me. He is gonna pull out his lightsaber. He's not gonna turn it on or anything. He's just gonna have it out, like kind of like shakily. He's gonna kind of like hold it out and be like, "You're me. What do I do?"
It takes the lightsaber, kind of taking your hand with it. Just kind of folds your fingers on it, holds it. You think about this for a second. I would do what is right, what feels right. This path we were put upon was chosen for us when we were very young. And it can be a path we follow. But there are others, and it is up for us to choose them. Do we live by the code we've always known? Do we follow our own code?
He's gonna look himself in the eye and And just because he knows it's him, it's himself, he's gonna say, "Would Otake be disappointed?"
He looks to your right. You look too. You can see Otake standing there. Looks back at you. Says, Master Otake knows. No, Master Otake follows the code and has not gotten attached. He has allowed you the freedom to choose for yourself. And whatever is truest to who you are, he will respect. He may perhaps be saddened, but he will respect whatever we choose.
Sit for a minute, think. Say, then forward we shall go.
And which forward do you choose?
Right down the middle.
Right down the middle.
Like behind, towards like him. Okay.
Alright. You gesture, he gesture.
Yeah.
And you walk along that path, wherever it may lead. And the vision comes to a close. Aetop. After your experience speaking with Revan, you also find yourself deep in contemplation, being in awe of, as a historian, a very prominent historical figure. It's like meeting George Washington or Hitler, depending on who you ask. Like, if you ask the Mandalorians, it's like meeting Hitler. If you ask Jedi, it's like meeting George Washington, you know?
It's like meeting George Washington and Hitler all wrapped up into one person.
Kind of. Especially because at one time he was both.
Oh, I see.
It's like our Gary guy.
So, he's an enigma. And you sensed that you saw it, a similar presence to that of the Zalos. Not quite the same, but very similar. And eventually you fall asleep. Interestingly enough, in the same room as the Pace. And as you dream of the Jedi Temple on Coruscant. You were a youngling there. It's only a distant memory now, but you remember training with the other younglings, learning history, something that you took to very quickly. You remember practicing the Force. You remember training with practice sabers. You even remember playing with them. You were children. Children play. And slowly, as you remember memories of the great grand hall entrance filled with towering columns holding this powerful structure up, it transitions. You hear blaster fire, sounds of lightsabers clashing. You smell smoke. You hear screams of pain. You hear shouts. You turn and you see the hall was filled with Sith and Jedi fighting fiercely between the columns, some of which have been collapsed. As you see, there is an attack shuttle, or public attack shuttle, that has scraped across the floor and is sitting amongst the rubble. This is an event that you know of, but you were not present for. This is the attack that started the sacking of Coruscant 10 years ago.
What?
As you stand there seeing this horrible event happen, two figures catch your attention towards the front entrance. You find yourself pulled towards them. One of these figures, hulking figure, towering, black cloak, black armor, a respirator over his mouth, pale skin and veins running down his head.
No.
This is Darth Malgus, squaring off against another familiar figure. Calm as a morning breeze, slightly graying brown hair, adorned in Jedi battle vestments, green lightsaber out, fighting against the storm, is Ven Zalo. You see Zalo strike Malgus on the chin with his saber hand, throwing him off balance. He presses his advantage, but Malgus is quicker. Getting up from his dazed position, he moves to strike at Zalo's abdomen. But then time slows. The blade creeps towards the target ever slowly, but every second in this moment, as you see around you Jedi and Sith falling, troopers of both Republic and Empire fighting, this whole thing has been stretched to infinity. When all of a sudden you detect something next to you. And standing next to you, and yet also in front of you, is Ven Zalo. This Ven Zalo, not wearing his Jedi battle vestments, but just a simple robe. He says to you, no matter how much I wanted to, I could never avoid this moment. I saw it many, many years ago. Defeated, unable, no matter how much I wanted to live. I found other options, but they were not the will of the Force. And eventually I learned that was the one thing I had to do more than anything. He stands there, he's just watching, he's not looking at you. He just is staring at himself and Malgus, almost unable to look away from them. What do you do?
You know, I was a child when the attack on Coruscant happened.
I know. I remember you.
I was 8 years old. I sometimes feel as I did then. Helpless and confused and everything that I am not supposed to be as a Jedi. Everything I am working to overcome.
He chuckles. I understand that helpless feeling. Watching this moment stretch out hundreds of times. For years I felt as though there was nothing I could do to make life better, but being helpless doesn't mean you are. I did things, set things in motion to ensure that my death wasn't meaningless, to ensure that the work could carry on, as was my duty, and the duty of every member of the Order of the Force, to make sure that the will of the Force is carried out. And eventually, there came a solace by knowing that I was doing that will. I never thought... Go ahead.
Oh, I wish I had that kind of solace.
It takes some time. And practice. And patience.
How close are we to this scene of them fighting each other?
You're like 10 feet away.
I'm gonna step a little closer to it.
Okay.
And just kind of study the scene a little bit.
Okay. In studying it, you see Malgus, while his mouth is covered, his eyes are filled with rage, hatred, a burning drive. Ven Zalo, while fighting, you don't keep the calmest face. You've seen screenshots of fighting scenes in movies. Faces can contort, but his eyes are calm. Calm as a morning sea. If that's a proper analogy, I don't know. I'm only halfway a writer. But in this moment, and you also recognize that he knows this is it. Both in the sense of he's seen this before, but it's one of those moments that appears to be hitting him, that he's finally reached that moment. He's at peace with it. There's a purpose behind what he's doing.
Is it difficult to be able to see your own mortality like this?
He steps up next to you. Yes, certainly. Eventually, I had to accept it. I think the harder part was seeing, knowing, and having to try to accept the mortality of others that I held dear.
I'm fairly confident that your son misses you.
Oh, I'm well aware. But Oranos needs to learn to accept the mantle that has been thrust upon him, as does the rest of my family. But I know they are prepared. Any father who has not prepared his children for his death is a poor father.
Well, they are very capable. Your son and his wife, they are some of the most incredible people that I've met on this journey.
Oranos will need Sena. She's very strong.
She is.
There's much conflict in you. But you're interesting. There's few Jedi that have attracted my attention in terms of uniqueness, unlike yourself. After all, you seem to contact me from the future. I've never done that before. And I've done a lot of things.
I promise you it wasn't exactly intentional.
Nevertheless, it happened with you.
I don't know. I want to be the best that I can be.
Like no one ever was.
Like no one ever was.
Venzalo's a big Pokemon fan.
Yes, test.
Space Pokemon.
I catch them all.
Catching the Sith.
What's the starter?
Oh, it's gotta be Charmander. Or Charmander.
He started with Charizard, actually.
Yeah, he was straight.
Now I want to assign Pokemon to each character.
Yeah! Oh my gosh. Yes.
And art.
Spaghetto.
Anyway.
There you go.
Sprigatito.
Spaghettito.
Anyways, but I don't know if I want to be the best Jedi or if I want to be something else, because everywhere that I go, every person that I've met since leaving the archives has shown me how inherently flawed the Jedi are and how much they are contradictory and are dangerous and they are so deeply flawed, and it confuses me, and I don't understand what to do anymore, because the way that I perceive the Jedi, and from everything that I've read about the Jedi and everything I've it's kind of a long story, but we somehow made allies with the Sith Lord.
Yes,
And
I'm well aware.
yes, and so in order to go undercover with him to our plot, whatever, you probably already know.
Feel free to describe it anyway.
Long story short, we're trying to get rid of a very dangerous crime lord who can hurt both sides, which is why this Sith Lord is allying with us. But I'm posing as his apprentice to get into a party in which we can find this crime lord. And he asked me, I asked him if there was anything I could do to prepare to pose as his apprentice, because I know about the Sith from what my studies, but I don't know how they behave or anything. And he told me to study the Sith code and parts of Sith history. And the last line of the Sith code says, "The Force shall free me." Is that not true for the Jedi too?
The Sith Code was born out of frustration with the Jedi Code. They considered it restriction, and to an extent it can be. The Force shall free you, yes. It is difficult because, yes, there are contradictions within the Jedi. There is hypocrisy. There is hypocrisy in the Sith. There is even hypocrisy among my family, my order. We're very small, but everyone has their flaws. The truth of the matter is that, to put perspective, the Sith view the Jedi's suppression of emotion to be unnatural, to be something that is not meant to be, where the Sith accept it to a unfortunately greater extent than should be. They consider the ability to indulge any whim freedom. True freedom, in my opinion, from a very biased opinion, having once been a Jedi myself and now being something more, freedom comes from accepting yourself, dark side and all, but not giving in to everything. The path of balance is one that is difficultly trod. It sometimes comes with regretful and uneasy decisions. I'm not going to lie and say that I was able to sleep easy every night with some of the things that I have done. But decisions had to be made. It's my job as the Grand Master of the Order of the Force to guide the galaxy in a path towards those best for the balance. To be free is to be true to who you are, and whatever path you choose.
Yeah, I don't even really know who I am anymore. I don't know what even would be true to me at this point. I feel comfortable with these people that I'm with, and I feel like we work together well, and I enjoy their company, and I really like you and your son and your daughter-in-law, and they've all been so kind to me, and I, in a weird way, I even kind of like the Sith Lord that's with us, which is not really what I was expecting, but I don't know. Seems like a reflection of myself in a weird way. But I don't know. Maybe I should just hold to those things and see where that takes me, I guess.
There is truth and wisdom in what the Jedi teach. But there is also some truth in the dark side. To reject that entirely is to be untrue to oneself. If you're unsure as to where you stand and what you believe and know, I would say start with what you unequivocally know. If there's something that you believe to be true above all else, start with that. See where you go. Examine yourself. Examine your teachings. Do not simply accept the Sith teachings as true simply because you do not agree with the Jedi anymore. But look at the Force as a whole. Your connection to it gives you insight into truth. Follow the will of the Force. Seek it. And you shall find that purpose, whatever that may be. Do I know the ending? Maybe. But there are several paths. My job was simply to guide.
I value knowledge, and I'm trying to grapple with my emotions because the Jedi teach that emotions are dangerous, and like you said, the Sith teach that emotions can be overpowering, maybe over everything else. So I think that's where I would like to start.
Your new companion is an excellent example as to what emotions can, or how emotions can be a tool. But then again, so can my son and daughter-in-law, as the rest of my family. Well, my grandsons struggle with it, but my sons have it down pretty good, I'll say. But emotions can be a thing to fear if you do not know how to control them, how to wield them. Emotions are a muscle. If you do not use it, it becomes weak. But if you know how to use it properly, then it can become a great asset. So, if you wish to start with your emotions, seek guidance, either from yourself or from your Sith friend, maybe. Or, you have my son and daughter-in-law's numbers, you can use them, if they're available.
So call them, maybe?
Either way.
Hey, and this is crazy, but
Your dad told me to call you
Your
something.
dead dad told me to call you.
You know, Zuko and Aang were really good friends.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you for your wisdom. This might sound weird, but I feel strangely closer to you than I feel to my own Jedi Master.
I will say this about your master. He's very good at keeping himself unattached. Most Jedi Masters are. Because they know their Padawans will go off and become their own person. Sometimes for good, sometimes for worse. Many Jedi Masters are excellent at being able to accept what comes. He's certainly a good historian.
The best.
Is there anything else you wish to ask of me?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think I just need to try for myself and figure out myself, like you said.
To master oneself is to master everything. Once you understand your emotions and know how to harness them properly, you'll become a force for great change. That I know for certain.
Well, you kind of can see the future, so...
Spoilers. Pulls
I
out
get
a
very
little
much,
book.
I get very much like River Song vibes from him, not gonna lie.
Pulls out a little blue book. Where are we?
Just out of curiosity, did you know that Revan was still alive?
Yes, I did. I often wished I could have met him. We never got the chance to meet. He doesn't even know of our existence. We were in the background at that time, which is something else that you may have to come to terms with. Sometimes there's a time to be in the foreground and a time to be in the background. I wanted to meet him, but never got the chance.
I am slightly concerned by his sudden reappearance. Especially in such a clandestine way, and also just right now. I just have many concerns about his appearance and what it could mean for us. Have any input?
He looks as though as if he really wants to say something, but then is like, all in due time.
That's the most frustrating answer that you could have given, but I suppose that's fine.
Oh, you can ask my son about that phrase. I suppose I should let you wake up now.
It's been nice talking with you.
Likewise. And before the blade, because the vision is still going, before Malgus's blade enters, it all just fades, and you are left standing in the Jedi Temple, and eventually you wake up.
I like this idea of like half the party is like standing over Airtel, being like, "Will she wake up? Will she wake up?"
It's been 6 days. Anton, wake up, damn you!
The spirits have done it all on my
Wait, she's still alive? I'm just comatose. No one can wake me up.
You're like floating.
We're about to be like, Claire! Oh, you're alive!
It's like, don't shock me!
So, Coda.
Stop.
At some point during your stay there, an ensign grabs you. A junior naval officer sort of deal. Says, excuse me, are you the man named Kota?
Yes, I am.
Well, Flight Commander Juden wishes to see you.
Do I know him?
Yes. He was the man you gave a bunch of medical supplies to.
Okay.
So follow me. He leads you down into the basically the naval offices. After he goes up, kind of knocks on an office door, and after a few minutes, he answers. Yes, come in. Give me 1 second, please.
Okay.
Types on a hollow device, and eventually another figure appears after a couple minutes of waiting. Another human man, wearing a naval officer's uniform, and you recognize the plaque, I suppose, as an admiral. Dark brown skin, very close-cut hair. Flight Commander June says, "This is Admiral Dabrin, commanding officer of the Valiant, the flagship of the Navy." "Admiral, this is the man I told you about." Says, "Ah, yes. We've been curious to meet you. At least I have been. I heard of your generous donation a few weeks ago. May I ask what exactly motivated you to give so generously to the boys on the ground?"
Well, I used to be one.
"I see. And the reports are accurate. Well, I see from your records you're a veteran of the Balmoran campaign."
Yes.
Look at yours.
Well, a lot of us remember those unfortunate days. However, it's interesting from your report and from your records of your discharge, and I'm curious to see where you're at in that. You had basically a medical discharge, is that correct?
That is what they told me, yes, when I came to.
Sort of, was it a mental thing we said, or was it physical?
It was kind of like a mental and physical thing.
Okay. I'm curious to see where you're at in your recovery.
Well, I can fight.
Well, that's certainly good. You do a lot of fighting these days, huh?
At the moment, I'm missionary work.
Missionary work?
Mercenary.
Mercenary.
That's a very hard word. Very hard word to say.
I thought you said
Have you heard of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ?
They were explosions.
Do you want to worship bombs?
Anyway.
Mercenary work.
I'm expanding my skill sets.
Oh, really?
Aside from medical,
I did see, you were a medic.
I can also use demolition.
Are you wearing your bombs, by the
Oh
way?
yeah,
opens
I
up
have
his
like
jacket.
bandolier and
like
grenade
my
launcher
sundown.
strapped to my back.
Yep.
and-
Yes, I can definitely see that. Well, that's very interesting. I also have here a report from a Marshal Kalin from Terrace. Says how you've joined up with a group of basically mercenaries. Says you held yourself very well against rat ghouls and even a Sith Lord.
Yes.
Well, I was just curious to meet you because you seem like a very interesting individual. And, well, given your expanded and unique skill set, if you feel like... Let me think for a second here. If you feel like it's something you might want, we'd be willing to re-enlist you, if that so interested you. Without giving too much away, your former stomping grounds, we call it, are about to be another hot spot.
Really?
Potentially.
Did you say hut spot?
Hot spot. Not hut spot.
It's a hut spa.
That hut spa's got chutzpah.
No!
Okay,
We might need some experienced eyes.
Do you allow me to come back?
If you feel like you could. I understand that there is trauma that comes from battle, especially in such a defeat as Balmora. If it felt like, given you still care that much for our boys, and were willing to give so generously, perhaps if you could provide insight and help, someone with experience like you could help us retake Balmora.
He's gonna stay quiet for an uncomfortable amount of time.
I know the Flight Commander Juden's kind of like checking his chrono.
Can Can I have some time to think about this?
Of course. I mean, yes, obviously there's some time, and please, and this is an order from a commanding officer, do not say anything of what we spoke about in this room.
Yes, sir.
At least regarding military operation. But
You can tell me.
if you felt any sort of pull back towards this life, someone of your skill set would be very useful. And I think you'd be able to help save a lot of lives with your experience and your skills.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll give you some time to think about it. Just let me know.
Will do, sir.
You're dismissed.
He'll give a salute and then kind of stare at the what's his name again?
Flight commander?
Flight commander. He'll just kind of stare at him for a bit.
I'm gonna go now.
Yeah. Fine. Go ahead.
So he'll just walk back out and go back to the ship.
Alright. As you walk out, Darth Malgus.
What?
There's your wrath, your vengeance.
Did you guys see the DLC for the old Poet game? It was super weird. It's followed this fish guy. And Darth Malgus came
And then he just got massacred.
Completely beat this guy into the ground.
It's got a 9 out of 10 on Steam. So.
How many hit points you got? I'm sure Malgus could, with my level 20 Malgus, I could kill you.
I've got 33.
What was that sound?
That was the sound of Paul being very concerned.
So you return to the ship.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna go in my room and just sit on the bed for like a good little bit, just staring at the wall.
Okay.
No.
The lightsaber falls on the floor.
I just stare at the wall.
No.
Yeah. And so, closer towards the party, you get a message from a hollowed frequency.
Is this all of us?
It comes in through the ship.
And after Rovry's message.
I would say before.
Before?
Rovry's
Okay.
message. From Delic Maze. It's not a direct call, it's more like a text message. Basically saying that he has had some of his people, quote unquote, literally in quotations, people, have found out that Raymond Black has reserved the penthouse at the Club Vertica Casino for his business negotiations. To which Lord Gratis is actually very pleased, as that actually provides some very much needed context. You see, at these events, business is conducted in the wings. The Club Vertica Casino is circular in shape with 3 circular wings on each side. That's where the rooms are. However, there is a penthouse in the main body. Business is conducted either in the penthouse or in the side wings. I was unsure as to which would be the one, but given Raymond Black's egotistical personality, this actually provides much needed context for where we will be potentially confronting him. So, now that we know that, we know what to plan for.
Indeed.
So, is there anything else people would like to discuss with others before you set out for Nar Shaddaa? Because I will say, you would have to take... Let me go back to Starship. To get to Nar Shaddaa, it's in Hutt space.
Yep.
But it doesn't have Hutt space listed as a region.
Is there... Do you see Nalhata?
It just... So for travel in this, it's basically from region to region, not from planet to planet. Okay. So deep core to core, colonies, inner rim, expansion region, mid rim, outer rim, wild space, unknown region.
Check the outer rim.
Yeah, I was like, isn't it outer rim?
Because
Yeah,
it
it'd
would
be in the
list
outer rim.
it would list Hutta as the Hut space. Let me Hut space mid rim. It's in the mid rim. So to get there from here would take you from the core.
A month. Oh no.
No, not that one. You have a 1.5 hyperdrive, so it would take you 126 hours, which is 5 days.
It's a good movie.
126 hours? So it would take 5-ish days together. So you would want to leave roughly a week before the party. So before this time runs out, is there anything else y'all would like to do?
Can I try unlocking that
I
lockbox again?
would like to just send a quick message to my sister. Just kind of, hey, things are gonna go down. Just want to let you know that I care about you guys, and I hope that things don't go too poorly.
Okay.
Die.
I think I'm gonna die.
Good to know. So you can try again, yes, because you probably tried pretty early on, right?
Yeah.
Alright, so go ahead and roll another check at advantage.
Do I see her doing this?
I'd say you're pretty well aware of it, yeah.
Would I also?
Sure.
Okay. You get temporary boost.
I'm just gonna watch.
Don't forget, you can also give yourself a potent aptitude.
Right, yeah.
So roll a d4
D6.
and a d4.
He's giving you, he can give a bonus
Oh.
d4.
Oh, okay.
What was that, Lindsay?
Did you hear what Shayla said?
About her sister?
Did you hear what she wanted to say to her sister?
Yes,
yeah,
I did.
He acknowledged it.
Okay. Okay.
You haven't gotten a response yet.
Okay.
I did hear it. I wasn't ignoring, I promise.
Okay.
Okay. Before I start, I'm gonna activate the AI again.
Mm-hmm. He's very unhappy.
Look, I know you're not happy, but we got to try this again. Can you help me out, please? Snappy.
Alright, well, last time you got a face full of poison, so I guess if it's not going to affect me, then it's fine. Let's do
That's
this
not
thing.
my fault. This is
You're
very...
the one who did the thing. You're the one who pushed that button. You shouldn't have pushed it.
Well, you could have helped me.
I can only do so much. I have no body.
Well, do better.
I don't have hands.
Fine.
I feel like I'm talking to my
Maybe
body.
you do better.
Come from your elbow.
You're the one who's more intelligent.
You're the one who's more intelligent.
Again, I love the sarcastic AI. This is amazing.
If I shock you, will you feel it?
It probably hurt you more than it hurt me. I don't have any corporeal form. I'm just a mind.
The most existential.
You know, I had a minute of thinking of getting a Bill Cipher's voice.
Oh my gosh, that'd be great.
I might just do it.
You should totally
This is
should.
Bill
He's from
Cipher.
Gravity Falls.
Oh,
He's the
of
main villain. He's hilarious.
Okay. So I get advantage plus the reroll still?
So
or-
you get advantage plus the reroll if you want it, plus a d4 plus a d6.
Holy crap.
All of them
I am
ones.
watching intently.
I'm sure you are.
Oh, okay, let's
Oh my
No! That was almost a d20, damn it.
Natural 20?
Or,
It
sorry,
is a nat-
geez.
it is a
natural
d20.
20, natural 20.
A d12 almost.
You know what? I am making an executive decision. Snappy's gonna have Bill Cipher's voice.
Do it.
Okay. A snap decision?
That is a snap decision, yeah.
Snappy.
11.
What's up?
31.
34.
Or 34.
Whoa.
Okay.
Jeez.
34.
About time you pulled your
This
weight.
time, you catch yourself before you make the same mistake, and you breeze through this thing. There's still one more check if you'd like to make it.
Yes, I will do so.
Okay. Make another roll at advantage. Are you giving the bonuses again?
Yes.
Okay, you get another one, and are you using your potent aptitude on yourself again?
Yes.
Okay.
All of us.
Ooh,
I wish
okay.
it was stacked
You
so
better.
like I could like, help her and like get a bunch of advantage. Have, like 4 times the advantage.
Basically.
Where'd it go?
So blunt.
I dropped it. Oh, there it is. Okay,
Try
so hold
harder.
on, so that's...
You do much better than 19.
Ooh. 36.
Okay.
Jeez.
You unlock the thing.
Yes.
And you open it, and you see what I described earlier.
A
as
big
this,
bug.
Basically, it's a device shaped like it. Do you show it to the rest of the crew?
I want to kind of examine it, like, without, like,
Okay.
touching it first, just kind of examine it. Do I recognize, like, what it is from my HoloNet research?
Roll a lore check for me. Oh no! Not Hulu! Why am I messing with the remote?
That AI, that pesky AI.
Damn it, Snappy!
The name's Snap.
And since it's a lore check, you have advantage because Snappy's just with you.
Sweet.
You know, history's kind of my thing. Even though I, can't stand you organic nut jobs.
Just
Myria has no clue what to say back to that.
be
You
like,
guys cause a lot of problems. You know what problems droids have caused? Like nothing.
no comment.
I would beg to differ, but I'm not getting into that
Droids
right
are
now.
programmed.
These two can hear it too, right?
Uh-huh.
Everyone can hear
Okay, I'm just making sure.
Very loud.
I'm just making sure.
I'm just kind of like smirking under my breath.
DP nods his head.
I'm like the worst.
Yeah.
I'm like the worst person to have someone snapping at me like this. Okay, that
like
is a 26.
26.
I'm just eating popcorn while you're doing this. I'm just
Nothing
kidding.
on a
Just like-
nothing on a device, but you do find something of. There was, you find something on a Sith Lord named Carnus Muir, who created the Rat Ghouls. He had a device, a talisman called the Muir Talisman. Looks very much like the device you just pulled out. However, that device is missing and was made of, like, according to the reports, of, like, Sith power and sorcery. This is purely technological. And make an investigation check on it as well.
Are we in the investigation suite?
Yeah, you're still in there if you want.
Is that still an advantage then, or no?
You have advantage because of the AI, not because of the investigation.
Oh, I
How
thought-
many times can she use the AI?
It doesn't exhibit
It
a
doesn't
limitation.
say anything.
Oh, I thought it was like 2 times per long
No,
rest or
it
whatever.
doesn't.
That's what I remember.
It doesn't give a limitation to it.
Well, then plus this still would count as 1 anyway, because I haven't, like, turned it off.
Not sure that's.
Mm.
You can use this feature twice.
Does that? Really?
So while wearing this armor, is it that
It's the artificial intelligence.
artificial intelligence armor modification? You install an artificial intelligence.
Oh, wow, I
use it.
completely missed it. Yeah, twice.
You make an ability
So,
check.
no, you
artificial
can't make it.
intelligence can take the help action.
Why not?
Because it says you can use it twice. You've
You can
already
use
used
this
it
feature
twice.
twice. End quote.
Sorry, I completely forgot about that. Thank you, Brent. So just make a straight roll for me.
I'll take credit for that.
Where's investigation? That's only a 15.
15? Okay. It's still good enough. In quick examination of this, and kind of knowledge you have, there are elements of this device.
That's you.
Bless you. There are elements of this device that are identifiable. But there are certain parts of it, materials, like its main chassis, I'll say, you have no idea what it's made out of.
Hmm.
It is something you have never seen before.
Well,
But I have.
friends, I think we
Well,
have.
I mean, you've seen the device, but I'm talking about what it's made of.
Oh, yeah.
Its material is unidentifiable.
Well, friends, we have stumbled upon something very, very questionable. This is a very dangerous tool used by the Sith.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I
no,
have no-
this is. You
You
can
said,
tell
it was
this.
you said it was from the Sith
You
Lord
didn't
made
listen.
it.
This is not the same thing. This is designed to look like it. The Muir talisman is lost. This is purely technological. The one that Muir made was more out of gold and jewels and was used by the Force.
This is a replica.
This is basically a very, very expensive replica.
It's a replica.
Then whatever. I don't know what to make of this.
It's bad.
Gladys, don't touch it.
It's bad. We're running.
It's definitely bad. I've already had a vision about it. It's not good.
Gladys, don't touch it.
I don't think he's even in here.
No, he's in there.
Yeah.
He's in there as soon as the thing was opened. Well, unfortunately, part of our deal was that I get to take the blueprints back to the Empire, as you all get to take it to the Republic, or whoever you wish to give it to.
This isn't blueprints, this is replica.
There are actually, and in the case itself is a computer.
Shoot.
Oh.
And there are blueprints.
Actually.
And part of the investigation check is in checking the blueprints. They're like the identifications for like kind of labeling on it for the parts you can't identify are like redacted, basically.
Mm.
Well, that is at least calming in the sense that if we cannot identify what they are, neither of us should be able to replicate this design. However, if Raymond Black has this capability, we have to discover what it is and how he came across it, and specifically how to destroy it.
I have an idea.
I could stab with my lightsaber.
So help me,
Sorry.
if you say a bomb or explosive of any kind, I'm kicking you out of this
I'm
room.
gonna place one of the major plasma charges I just bought.
Okay, get out.
I
Out,
have-
out.
I have no doubt that would destroy it, but we have to discover the means by which this material was created and destroy it. It could be potentially very
Yeah,
dangerous.
we need to get information from it first.
So at least we know what to look for at the party. Shall we set our course for Nar Shaddaa?
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's do it.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Go.
But not because you told us to.
Of course not.
Dex puts the car into gear.
Yep, he puts the car into gear, turns on the headlights because it's dark in the vacuum space.
Blast the radio.
Yeah. Get some.
What were you piloting for this?
You get some great Yesterday's Jawa going in that, and that is an actual name of an actual song in the game.
Are you freaking
It's my
kidding
favorite song, actually. Yesterday's Jawa is the bomb.
Don't say
That's-
that in front of him.
And you all set course for Droman Kos.
Wow, that took a turn.
Nar Shaddaa. You
No.
set course for Nar Shaddaa, the smuggler's moon.
Tricked you. Gladys got into our nav computer.
Set course for the capital of the Sith. No. And that is where we will pick up on our next session in 2 weeks. 2 weeks from now. Thank you, everyone who joined us tonight. And thank you for anyone who joins us in the future. If you haven't followed us already, please consider doing so. We're almost to affiliate, and maybe we'll get there after this stream at some point. And we will continue to put out this content. We love all of you guys who are with us, who have already followed us. We appreciate all of your support, and for all of you guys being so awesome. Please continue to join us on Friday nights for our streams. We're going to get into a more consistent rhythm, I think. I'm going to remember to upload an episode on Wednesday, and I will also apologize for anyone who might be watching this in the future. I forgot to upload certain episodes of this, specifically most of the Alderaan episodes, and I feel really bad about that, and so now they are kaput. Twitch deletes them after a certain amount of time, and I feel really bad about this, especially for Shayla, because of how much of that was literally her story, and I really am sorry. But I will start to re-upload the other episodes before they get deleted on YouTube.
On Twitch.
No, on YouTube. Well, they'll get deleted on Twitch, but I'm uploading them to YouTube.
Yeah.
So, thank you guys for watching. We will see you in a galaxy far, far away next time. Bye.
Bye.